thank you everybody to this hangout again. Taking your time in your day to see this. I hope you guys understand what they're gonna say. If you have questions, please hold them and they'll answer them. And so I'll give it to FPV and you guys be blessed. Go ahead, FPV.
Okay, cheers, cats. Hello, everyone. Yeah, we're just going to give you some more updates of research and information we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks. I'll just screen share this. What we're going to do here is give you a little tour and a breakdown of the grid and some of the overlays on it, just to help you familiarise yourselves with the grid and what's therein, basically. Can you all see that, yeah? Anyone? Everyone's gone quiet.
I see it. I'm sorry. And it's on screen and chat too.
I don't know what's happened, but everyone's audio has gone very quiet on me. Anyway, let's get on with the tour. Right, so information on screen at the moment. Scripturally speaking, we've got the angels in the north, south, east and west. The 24 elders referenced in scripture could be attributed to these 24 here. The 8 leaves of the lotus leaf can be referenced to these 8 here. And Brahma, the creator, being the item at the center, being referenced in Hindu beliefs. The grid, the 12 by 12 grid in the background, it's the Sun Star of Peru mandala from the set of Nazca lines. The 8 by 8 grid, which is the one you see more in white, that's the Nazca mandala. I use this to overlay with maps. This is sacred geometry from Nazca lines again. And the concentric circles are part of the 12 by 12 grid. It's a grid of 6 squares, 6 circles and 6 rhombi. So a little information on those. We'll zoom in a bit more. Right, we're going to go through some of the locations on here. We haven't fully finished this, but we'll give you a little tour on some of them that's visible now. Some of these ones here, you know, like there, Madagascar. If you look on Madagascar, you will see a volcano in that region. This one here is also a volcanic island, as is this one. This one, it's constantly getting constant earthquakes in that region, and we can attribute that to this connection here, I would say. This one here in the Gulf of Mexico, it could be responsible for a lot of weather phenomena and things going in there. This one we need to look at a little bit more. Some of these we've referenced before, but we'll zoom in and give you a little tour starting near the top. So we'll start up in this corner up here. That's the island of Svalbard. I think that's how you pronounce it. We're just going to show you little places on this grid to see how it references things in the world. Now this one here is interesting, the Baltic Sea anomaly. I don't know if you've heard of that before, but it's well worth looking at. It's a feature on the seabed. It looks like there's been movement to it, and it's there. It's on our grid. It's at this location here, interestingly, right where the cross is. Coincidence? Perhaps. We'll move on a bit from that one. Kola borehole. Now this image is the wrong one, I've found out since attaching it to this, so ignore the image, but the Kola borehole, the deepest hole that man's drilled so far, being, I think it's around about 8 miles. Very coincidental, it's right on top of one of our white spots on our grid, don't you think? Right in the same location this is appearing. This is where this borehole is. We'll continue on. As an aside, by the way, we do know earthquake data from these is roughly about 8 miles down. We'll carry on from that one. German Continental Deep Drilling Program. Here's another one, right on top of one of our little white dots. Our angels. Coincidental? Getting to be a few of them lately. But that's where it is. Same location. A bit of a pattern there, I hope. Okay, the Bosnian pyramid. This location here, this is where the Bosnian pyramid is. Coincidental, it's on our grid in this location? No, I don't think so, because if you've watched some of our previous research, we've seen the signal on the mimic map from this direction. It got to this location here, which we'll go into in a moment, and it splits into 3 directions. The one signal split into 3 directions at this location here, and this one terminating in the Bosnian pyramid. Very interesting. Now here's the location the signal came to before it split into 3, Mount Etna. What's the chances of that? And not only that, the one that went this direction, it also went through the Vesuvius and a few others in this location. Signals going to and from volcanoes, guys, and pyramids, or underneath pyramids, I should say. Now this one, Astrakhan, we haven't found a lot of information that we can say, you know, anyone's drilling there or anything of that kind of reference, but we can only look at history for this location. History being, you know, there's been lots of wars and over this particular part of the area. Whether it's related to that, I don't know. Look at thinking about it, it probably is. While it's in that location, as an aside here, in this sea here, there's an anomaly that plays havoc with GPS equipment. Now remember I said the signal goes down here and splits into 3. This one signal that goes down here towards the Bosnian pyramid would be very well be responsible for that GPS anomaly. Because what it does when it happens, it's not constant, it's pretty random. In fact, when the authorities were looking into it, they thought it was people hacking GPS, because what it was doing was telling ships they were on a runway on land. It was locating the ship somewhere else on land, when it was actually in the sea near this location. Yeah, there's another interesting anomaly that might be answered by this grid and its signaling. Right, this one. The only information I can find here, this one, is on Google Earth. There's a location north of there called Buried at Sea. I thought, wow, what's Buried at Sea involving? It turns out Norway, for nearly the past 10 years now, Norway has been pumping CO2, millions of tons of CO2 into underground chambers in this location. Now, if they're pumping millions of tons of CO2 down there, that's got to suggest that wherever they're pumping it is a very big place. You know, this has gone on for nearly a decade. And according to them, it's to do with global warming. Apparently, they put it under the ocean and they monitor it rising. Well, that to me sounds pretty dangerous. You know, CO2 can kill. If millions of tons of that got released into regions where public live, you know, we're talking catastrophe. But it seems very reckless and irresponsible to me what they're doing there. Maybe guys that can look into that further would be, you know, check that out, guys. That doesn't sound right to me. What's going on there? I don't think it's what they're saying it's for anyway. And if it's related to this grid, then why would they be wanting to freeze chambers down here? Why are they drilling in these areas? So that would be my concern with that region. We haven't gone too much into other details on the other ones yet. You can see from this one here, this one can either be Riyadh or Mecca, going by its position in here. So what we're looking at here is grid accuracy. We're trying to see how accurate this grid is in relation to locations or even events in the world. And it's turning out to be very accurate. So just a little tour, just you know, we call it grid accuracy. We've still got more to do on it, but yeah, you know, just for one little small area, that's a hell of a lot of information just from there alone. So hold on, switch back and I'll just stop screen sharing and see if anyone's got any questions or want to add anything to what was on screen there. Any of you guys?
Allergic to Bullshit has a question. I don't have the answer. Do star forts line up on the grid?
Yeah.
Star thoughts. I would not be surprised if they did. We haven't looked at them ourselves. I've seen Martin Leakey's been looking at them, but I haven't been positioning them. We've got too much other things on. But if anyone wants a copy of this map and to add them to it, by all means, go for it. You know, just ask one of the people that comes in our back chats for the copy of the map or the grid. And if you want to try and plot things on there, by all means, go for it. And it turns out they're in interesting locations, and yeah, it's very well worth presenting.
From Jamie, he says, "Why is Alaska and Russia on the opposite side of the map when they are right next to each other?" And so
well, they're only next. They're only
or one.
They're only. Is that for you? One, are they? I'm not sure of the questions to. Hey, I'm going to reconnect, guys. My audio has gone really low, and I don't know why. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, Juan, can you answer that question?
I can try. So I can give you a couple of different ideas to play with. Because do I know the absolute answers? No. And I'm not even going to pretend to. However, with earthquake data, what I have noticed is that Russia gets deep quakes, okay, right up by that little peninsula that sticks off of northeast Russia. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, however. So the way quakes work is that if there's a deep earthquake, that it will spread out into shallower, larger movement. What I've noticed is when the deep quakes happen up there by that peninsula, it should reach over and hit larger and more shallow by Alaska. That's not what happens. Okay, so what happens is the deep quake hits up there and it actually spreads southwest down along that island ring. Okay, and then it hits Indonesia and then it wraps back up around through India and it runs through Europe, splits off, goes down to Spain, up to Iceland. So that's all I have to go on, really. I mean, we have other data, but as for the two being close to each other, if they are, I don't understand why earthquakes work a certain way in every other part of the world and not there. And that's...
I can look a bit further if you want.
Very good. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you're looking at, Jamie, they're only close together if you're wrapping it around the globe. Now, we know the globe's bullshit, mate, so we have to open it out. Everything has to be flattened. And this is the model and map we're following. This is the map done by Series. What he did was he took the Google images, which we know are rounded off. He used an algorithm and squared the images back, and this is the image that it reproduced. Now, knowing images when they're taken as square, all he's done is re-squared them all back off, and it's presented what the map should look like. So, you know, it's not just this part. This is only a third of, well, this is roughly half of the map. No, sorry, 2/3 of the map. There's another third up the top you're not seeing. But, you know, it's all obscured information up there on the data we gathered. So we couldn't, you know, we can't point out land masses. It's that bad. It's just a mess of colours. But there is another third to this that sits above this area. So, you know, that already suggests the map's a lot larger than they're telling us, with north, south, and definitely east and west, but by the Nazca line overlays that we're using. So, yeah, these are the two farthest parts in the world, basically. So, hopefully, hold on, I'll just put my mouse on the screen so you can see where I'm pointing. Well, I did release a video earlier about how they're faking the flights in the north to fake the globe. Is what they're doing. Say a flight wanted to go from here to China, say. They want the globe, all they have to do is go that way down there and come round here, basically. Or either going round here. But what they're really doing is flying west for a little while, then they go north. They come on going east over Greenland, and then they're dropping down over Russia, and then heading south and landing in China. We know this because we've captured them doing it on Flight Radar 24, and it's in one of our previous videos. On Flight Radar 24, there was a wingtip of an aircraft sticking just inside the map. You know, on the map they use, which is the Mercator, the Mercator's basically been derived from this, in my opinion. So I clicked the wingtip, and it showed the trajectory of the flight was doing this. So, you know, you got aircraft going off radar, taking the globe, basically. It was up here doing this. So that tells us we're still, you know, that can, to me, that debunks the globe, the AE map, and the 4D thinking, because the 4D thinking, you know, this in, you can go here and pop out here, Pac-Man thing, Pac-Man idea. No, sorry, the reality is these are the two farthest distances apart. So they've got to fake getting back into across these two coasts. Hope that answers it for you, mate. Anyone there? It's gone very quiet.
I'm here. He wants to know if the Bering Strait doesn't exist.
Well, I would say it
Yeah.
exists, but it's, you know, you got to ask yourself why your ship's being heavily escorted in those areas. Because on our grid, I'll just put that back on. I'll point with the mouse, you can see that, yeah. You know, shipping going up here has to be heavily escorted. You have to ask yourself why. Because these are here. This is the portals that was referenced in scripture. This is their location. Same with Amelia here, that's flight. She came across here and she went missing here. They were never going to let her get to this location because you're just going to see things here you're not supposed to see. So down here, this area is going to be heavily protected, as is this area, and this area. This one being the closest to known landmass because New Zealand's only several thousand miles away from these locations. Well, you know, this is going to be a heavily guarded and protected area around here. If you don't understand or follow the research we're doing, portals, gates, electronics, mechanics, this is the model that we're presenting. Going by our research, this is how it works. All the decodings we've done with Nazca lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, sacred geometry, scriptures, the list goes on. But, you know, it's all pointing to how this model works, explaining the workings of the realm, because what we did, we threw everything away we thought we ever knew and went back to what we've got left. And what we've got left is scriptures, geometries, you know, all the things that were left. And they do tell a story. They're all telling the same story, in fact. Doesn't matter which culture you look at now, it all translates to what you're looking at here. Now, how can, like in the book of Enoch, Enoch describes these portals being the north, south, east, west. How could he possibly be describing something I've took from the Nazca lines and overlaid on a world map? These are from the Nazca lines, remember. So how can Enoch possibly be referencing something from the Nazca lines in his descriptions? It's, you know, it tells you you're onto something. It's not sacred for no reason. It's sacred geometry for a special reason. And it all is. It's not just the geometry of what's at the Nazca lines. Look around the world, all this old geometry, it's all telling the same story of the construct. We've just forgot through God knows what means, but we all seem to have forgotten how it works. But looking at all these glyphs and scriptures and geometries, we all knew how it worked. We were taught how it worked, and we depicted it. It's everywhere. So, you know, this is where we're coming from with this model. It's got a hell of a lot of support for it in the background that just keeps popping up and confirming things.
There's a it says, what do the Nazca? Yeah, there's a question for you. What do the Nazca lines imply existed outside this realm? And he says, thanks.
Yeah, on the Nazca lines, you know, I can place them over this map that we've got on the screen. They fit nicely over this overlay. And depict a lot of the underworld and the events going on therein. But going beyond the Nazca lines, on this map, going southeast. If I travel southeast, and I'll put my mouse on the screen. Now, the Nazca lines end this region here, say at the bottom, that I can see, for this all this grid. and then going down towards Chile in Google Earth, you're going to start finding them again, which on the scale we're looking at between Nazca and Chile suggests there's more to this realm and technology southeast of our known world. It's a great distance away, you know, it's not close. Going by the scale, if it's the same scale, which it does look like the same scale as these geoglyphs that we've seen at Nazca, then it suggests there's another realm southeast of ours, quite a distance away. I couldn't give you a number on the miles, thousands and thousands of miles going southeast, though it suggests on the Nazca line scale. Right, we'll jump to the next one if you want. Yeah, is that it for the that one? Has anyone got any questions on what we've shown so far? So the North Pole is the North Pole is at the top of the map because, well, that's the northern gates. So I would say that's what the reference is in the North Pole, up north of Greenland. On the E map, I think they put it in the centre, but the centre, I'm not sure why they would want the North Pole in the centre. That's suggesting it's a globe. You can't sculpt the globe and just take the top part of it off to keep the pole in the centre and say, you know, that's the North Pole. It's not, it's north, true north. It's north of what we're looking at here. Remember, this is a flat map. And like I said, you know, we're going by scripture, geometry, the aligning and alterations we've done to the grid to get it to line up with events and happenings in the real world. I'll show you a bit more. Hold on, I'll stop presenting this and I'll put another one on.
It's very interesting what you guys do, isn't it? Hi, Alex. I'm just gonna name some people until you get that ready. Allergic, hi, Patrick James, Jason, Juan, Sandra. Let's see. Mr. Minsa. That's how you pronounce it. Shalom. Hi. Just put it. Steven. Flat Earth Underground. Mi amiga. Impressed. Am I missing anybody? Well, anyways, thank you all for coming, and hi, FPV to come back.
Okay,
also, I wanted to add one more thing about the Russia-Alaska thing. I put it in chat, but just in case people are just listening and not reading chat. So if you travel there from Alaska, you lose 20 hours. Don't you think that's a little odd? If they're so close. That's it.
Hey, I didn't even know that. You learn something every day.
They're directing the flights in different ways.
Yeah,
anyways,
yeah.
go ahead,
It's easy done.
FPV.
If you control the software that's plotting the flights on
Alrighty.
Flight Radar 24, it's easy to manipulate and flip data, and they just mess up now and then. You know, like we've seen them aircraft flying sideways and backwards according to the avatar. Yet, you know, it's because they're flipping data and forgetting to flip the avatar. That's what it looks like anyway. And it ties in with people in Canada are seeing, they're seeing volumes of traffic coming in from the northwest, you know. Now where's that coming from? It's that traffic that they're used to seeing going out the way and you know, incoming and outgoing traffic. So yeah, they're going up there, and that confirms what we're seeing on the light radar. They're going north and then sneaking over the top of Greenland and coming south again. And it also makes sense. That's probably another reason why they're building more airports in northern Russia, because they are getting caught out. Remember, these ones getting caught out that have to land in Alaska. That works on this model, because they've been caught out going over the top of Greenland. They've had an emergency. First, the next stop's going to be Alaska. So it makes sense. That's what's going on. So that doesn't just work for an AE map, if it does work at all on that map, but it does work no problem on this map. What I'll go through here.
There's a question.
More questions. Okay, hold on.
Question. He says, are you saying that the North Pole isn't the center?
Yeah, there's no North Pole in the center on our map or model. It's north of Greenland. Yeah, the gates in the north, south, east, and west, the poles. And
according to scriptures, there's 4 corners, right? Not one, and then south. So it's based on scriptures.
East, west, north, south.
Yeah, northeast, south, and west. And Enoch talks about all 4 corners in great detail.
Yeah, you know, I can see where he's coming from, but he's thinking of the E map or that kind of the pizza style map, where they seem to think North Pole's in the center, but on the center of our map, that's, you know, that's not the center of our map. That's not the map we follow. We have tried other maps, and this is the one that works for us. You know, so it tells, when real world data is tying in with our research, it tells us we're on the correct map, and so far it hasn't failed. It's producing and continuing on the research with it. I'll go into a bit more detail about it now with how the sun operates on it. So I'll present this to you and talk you through it. Right, what you're looking at here is this orange bar going up and over. I've kind of put that there so you can see what these 6 halos are doing. Okay. This is for the sunrise, basically. This is the sun's path. Because once it rises, it has to come up and follow a path, get to its zenith, and then come back down the other side. And then there's 2 options how it gets back, because you've got the 24-hour sun. And of course, another way of getting back that we're going to go into another presentation. Other things on screen, I've added the Nazca lines here, so you can see what the sun does in relation to those, so you can get an idea what I meant by it's. I can see the world map in there. Our map from an overhead view with the grid, so you can see what the sun's doing here. And what you're looking down in the bottom right, this is footage from New Meie 3 station, which is allegedly in South Antarctica. I say allegedly because information tells me it's actually in the east. In fact, in reality, there's going to be one of these in every one of these positions, north, south, east, west, these 4 heavily protected areas. Because these are research stations and they're going to be monitoring these 4 positions. Anyway, so I'm putting this one in the east because if you remember, Buzz Aldrin went to Antarctica, which was allegedly here where my mouse is, and he took ill. So where did they take him? All the way over there to New Zealand Hospital. Why go that far when you could, half the distance would have took you to South America or South Africa? So, you know, it's telling me he was actually here, and this is the closest place to it, New Zealand. You'll see why I'm also putting this here, because you're going to see a sunrise from here that defies, well, check it out. I've added this clip just so you can watch a sunrise, and this would go in line with what we're saying, how the sun is a projection. So check this out and watch it, and I'll talk through it as it's going along. So here, bottom right, sunrise from Antarctica, which is really the east gate. So off it goes in all three of these windows. So you can see now how the 3 relate to each other. The Nazca lines, this will be the sun's path, the Toimii, the ceremonial life, this is where it would shut down if it's not recycling it into a 24-hour cycle. 24-hour sun being this dotted line or this halo here that it's going around. If you look at the altitude of it, going by footage we've seen from people's cameras in the north, it's not that high in the sky, so it suggests it's going around one of these. So that would be, our best guess would be this one. It's going around the edge of these. Of course, though, this one here, it doesn't just go in a straight line. It does get maneuvered round here and there, like my mouse is showing. I just haven't added it. But if that's kind of movement it would be doing. So 2 options, like I said, the 24-hour sun in the northern summer and the southern summer. It doesn't. I'm not sure if it's doing this. We haven't got evidence that there's a 24-hour sun down here yet. But we're going to go into something in another presentation on the sun's. Hold on, Cats. We're going to go into more detail in another presentation about another return path we're working on. Carry on, Cats. What was that? Say again, Cats. Hello? Where's everyone gone?
Shoot, I'm here. Sorry.
How does it relate?
I was
Hold on. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why no one's replying. Or any questions in the chat?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's my end. I don't know what happened, but when we went live, all my audio went quiet. But it doesn't matter. I can still hear you. It's just a lot quieter than it usually is.
How does it relate to the scripture?
Well, can you hear me? Because I'm having
How does it relate to scripture?
You're cutting in and out, Cats. That's cutting in and out. I can hear you sort of and then not. I can't hear you.
No, you're breaking up on me as well, Cats.
There, it's close enough.
Yeah. How does this relate to scripture? Well, if you go by Enoch's descriptions or the ones in the Bible, you know, you got to go to the cherubims and how the set before the sunrise was being performed. The cherubim sitting on some vehicle, and then its wings lifted up, and then the sun was there before them, basically going up into the sky. So that was the projector starting up. So these are the portals referenced by Enoch. You know, the sun's coming from portals, portals being gates, the north, south, east, and west gates. So scripturally referenced, it's you know, it's matching up. We have been asked about a dome. We can't see a dome in our research. We have seen references to it everywhere, looking through scriptures and things, but it's not something we can say, yeah, that's it there. But because there is lots of references to it, you know, I'm not writing it off. It does suggest there's something we're not seeing yet, that we, you know, that we're not seeing beyond these halos. But yeah, you know, my mind's open if there's a dome or not. I would not be surprised. Like I said, guys, this would be our theory of what's going on with the 24-hour sun. We're going to be presenting something on another return path in a future presentation. So keep that in mind. As another aside for research, if this is correct, one way of confirming this would be to launch a high altitude balloon from Australia a few hours before sunrise to give it time to get to altitude, because you are going to see the sun come up this path. You're going to catch it below the horizon, in other words. Clear as day, it should be below the horizon, as long as you can get a high altitude balloon up here before it rises. I would say these locations here are where the balloons are popping. So yeah, if you can get a balloon up the side of this post here, or this one here, you know, think of this as a glide slope, and it's got to climb up and come down. So yeah, places you want to be launching balloons to catch the sun below the horizon, because it has to have a slope to climb up. You know, it's not just coming towards us or doing its path like my mouse is showing here. It does have to gain altitude going by these halos, because we can see it is being manipulated and moved around, and the elevations have to be changing for it to start here and end here, or continue round. You can see when it comes round, I'll just put it back to that clip again. You can see something very unusual here, there. Watch this here. You see that there? See how it come round, got to that point, and then continued again? See that? Very unusual, don't you think? You know, to see our sun do a maneuver like that. It came down towards that station, then jumped back up into the sky. You can go on YouTube. These videos are all over YouTube. They've, I think, around about 2015, 2016, they started using a green screen to hide this. You can find all the videos from New Meie Free Station, and look at the footage. You're going to see some amazing footage of very strange things going on, and you can only relate it to luminaries and the behavior. You know, you would say that's not a sun, but if you think it's technologically controlled, then it can do that quite easily. Jimbo could give you a better breakdown of what it's doing, but that is what it's doing, you know, confirmed by their own cameras. You can't get away from that. And that would explain this being a portal gate system. It was just coming back round. It continued back on again, which falls in line with our research. And our sun, you know, sunrise is the technological startup and projection, and off it goes. With the technology moving in the underworld and the projection responding accordingly in the heavens. That's how it works in this model. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much, much more, decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look. A history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video, you will learn what the stars really are. You will gain a better understanding of Walter Russell's work, and hopefully be able to see what it is we see.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Cette recherche peut choquer certains d'entre vous car elle révèle un créateur et la construction de notre Terre. Cette recherche n'est pas conçue pour provoquer ni offenser. Il révèle plutôt la gloire de le Créateur, ce que nous avons découvert, comment notre monde fonctionne réellement, les décodages des anges et leur véritable identité et finalité nous montrent la voie. Ce sont des technologies conçues par notre Créateur, des technologies qui sont les 144 000 des Écritures. Scellées ci-dessous et travaillent ensemble pour nous donner nos lumières, nos étoiles errantes et la majeure partie de la nature elle-même. C'est le pouvoir et la gloire que le Créateur nous a donné, un cadeau d'amour, un cadeau que nous sommes supposés d'embrasser et apprendre comme nos ancêtres, un cadeau qui nous a enseigné tous un peu partout dans ce domaine, comme le montre ce recherche. Merci.
Hello. So today, let's talk about a few little subjects. So, as everyone knows, or has more than likely heard about, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle that's off the coast of Florida. Maybe you've heard of the Nevada Triangle that's in the United States. Area 51's included in this triangle. Maybe possibly the Dragon's Triangle that's off the coast of Japan. But did you know that there's even more of these mysterious triangles? We also have the Malyobka Triangle that's in Russia. We have the Bass Strait that's down by Australia, between Australia and Tasmania. The Masalembo Triangle that's around Indonesia, where boats aren't even allowed to travel. We also have a very large anomaly in the South Atlantic Ocean that's between South America and Africa. So, what do all these have in common? Well, they have had massive disappearances where no traces of the people, ships, planes have been found in many of these cases. Upon looking into the areas, well over 3,000 people have gone missing. Not only that, but people have identified these areas as what mainstream calls alien hotspots. There are many sightings of out-of-place light anomalies reported and recorded in these areas. These areas have had many theories on what could be going on here, such as electromagnetic disturbances, water vortices, large undersea fields of methane, and there's one theory that even says dragons live beneath the sea. One idea that really stuck out to me that makes a lot of sense is a new theory that's proposed by meteorologists, claiming that the reasons for the mysterious pervading the Bermuda Triangle area are unusual hexagonal clouds. These clouds can create winds that run about 170 miles per hour. They're air bombs full of wind. These air pockets cause all the mischief, sinking ships and downing different planes. The scientists conclude that some of these clouds could reach 20 to 55 miles across. Not only that, but the storms produced have waves that can reach as high as 45 feet. And what's more, the clouds have straight edges on multiple sides. Some people believe that such phenomenon occur in places where there's underground fractures, where strong energy is coming up from the depths of the earth. A fracture is actually a wave duct for electromagnetic energy to come up from the lower layers. There are many effects reported besides odd lights, disappearances, and crazy weather. Some have reported effects of a frozen sound. Others report what they say they hear like a tractor coming. You wait for it to come into view, but it never does, and then the sound subsides. Unexplained booming sounds, whistling over the Pacific, and humming from Britain have yet to be explained by science. So another thing that I was kind of taking a look at is the underground base entrances shown here. And I'd like to try to relate this with the mystery sounds heard in different parts of the world, as well as with our grid.
Strange sound in Sweden. This sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
The entrances are very clearly entry points to get down to the technology that we speak about. Some of the entrances may lead to underground chambers below that contain our angel technologies. Perhaps they're even trying to recover some of the fallen angel technology to learn about the secrets. Loud booms underground would reverberate through the ground, be heard on the surface, and escape into the sky. Some of the phenomenon causes inexplicable fear. If you're walking along a path and then suddenly people get overwhelmed as if the infrasound or something other than is affecting your brain. This is one of the largest effects of high EMF fields. This is on a scale that we can't even imagine. So there must be something there, either of electromagnetic nature or some unknown objects that we're not aware of. Reports of loud humming sounds occur in many of these locations, along with the strange lights that are seen coming upward from the ground. The South Atlantic anomaly is by far the largest area of the triangles, which is as large as North America, science says. This is an area where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the Earth's surface, dipping down to an altitude of 200 kilometers. This leads to an increased flux of energetic particles in this region and exposes the area to higher than usual levels of radiation. So, what the heck does all this mean? Well, we'll have to go back to much of our past research to explain these events. In the past, we've done water currents, we've done caves, obelisks, pyramids, fireballs, ley lines. We've done haunted areas. And particle accelerators. Along with many, many other things. So when we compare to the Nazca lines, these areas fall on dipoles. So what is a dipole? Well, dipoles are antennas consisting of horizontal metal rods with a connecting wire at the center. Or in chemistry, it's a molecule in which a concentration of positive electric charge is separated from a concentration of negative charge. So what would this sound like? Well, a dipole can be compared to a tuning fork. We would hear two loud regions in the plane of the tines separated by two quiet regions in the plane, perpendicular to the fork. This actually This actually explains the weird booming and humming, screeching sounds that we hear throughout the world. This, I would say, is the technology we refer to running and humming and grinding underneath the surface, to give some of my thoughts on the reports. In these areas, we are seeing the theories we speak of, that technologies are running below and projecting up into the heavens, as we see our sun, moon, planets, and stars do. As above, so below. The churning of the waters and fierce currents from the cogs turning together below. This also can explain the radiation given off by volcanic activity below the areas as well. If you remember to our 12 gates and Wonderland, that volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of all the workings below. All we've learned in the past these areas are of great energy. The energy that the elite have taken as their own and sell back to us daily. The so-called alien lights, well, let's take a look here for a second at FPV's video where he explains these lights and he references back to Tesla's work.
Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this, as it is very much related to our research. These sites have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with geopetro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture, the exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old, the workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints through the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, for producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second.
These alien sightings, as we can see, fall on the grid, along the grid, and are very obvious that they are a result of technology and follow the return path of the sun. As we can see in the next comparison, these triangles fall on the vortices and chakras of our world. If you recall, The chakras are the gates as depicted in ancient Egyptian text, which we decoded to be the return path of the sun from the shut-off point in the west to the start in the east gates. All of these anomalies are explained from the direct energy below. I know all this info is repeated a lot, but as we look into new things, we discover they are all related to the workings of the realm. The fact that spots don't change is key in the fact that the technology is where it has always been. This is what we are showing you with each new related discovery. We give explanation that all relates to one another, and it's due to the angel text below on a scale that we can't comprehend. What we can comprehend is how it is indeed working our luminaries, our realm, and our earth events. So this is the reason that they lie about flat earth. Take away the construct and you take away the truths. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to talk about and overlay some of Walter Russell's work. Some of you may be familiar with his work. What I'm going to do here is show you how Walter's work actually overlays into our research, as did Nikola Tesla's. I want you to pay attention to his diagrams and wording. I have looked at Walter's work in the past and thought it was pretty amazing, even though I didn't understand most of it, but still, since doing APM research, I've come to recognize and realize exactly what Walter was trying to visualize and portray, even taking it further and creating his own inventions based upon his work. Walter is a man clearly ahead of his time, like Nikola Tesla. Walter Russell wrote that the cardinal error of science is shutting the creator out of his creation. Russell never referred to an anthropomorphic God, but rather wrote that God is the invisible, motionless, sexless, undivided and unconditioned white magnetic light of mind, which centers all things. God is provable by laboratory methods, Russell wrote. The locatable, motionless light which man calls magnetism is the light which God is. He wrote that religion and science must come together in a new age. Very interesting wording, and I would agree. The cube and the sphere are the sole working tools of creation. Walter Russell, 1959. I want you to pay attention to this particular design Walter has drawn because it is very relevant. We have proven the validity of our concept by making a simple small-scale working model which is now supplying all the heat, light and power needed for our 4-story 52-room university. Our reactor generates much more power than needed for whatever purpose intended, so enough of that surplus is taken off from its generator to motivate the reactor in perpetuity. 100% over unity free energy. Construction of one cycle of an electric current. Notice the heat and the cold. These can be reversed also, as we'll show later in the video. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere, something else you're going to learn about later on in this video. The generation of mass and the degeneration of mass, something else you're going to learn about in this video. This image on the left should also be very familiar. And the Walter Russell periodic table of the elements, which will actually make more sense this way up. The winding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice how it places cold at the east gate. And take note of the spiral, which we'll be decoding shortly. The unwinding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice fusion is the winding and fission is the unwinding. Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to take you to the heavens and we're going to decode what the stars really are. For this demonstration we're going to use a recording done by Richard Coggins on YouTube. It's Polaris, and he recorded it with his GoPro. Now for those observant people among you, you will notice when recording the star trails there are small stars which are immediately followed by larger stars. This pattern just keeps repeating, so eventually you don't see any of these small star trails because they've been overrun by this larger star trails, unless you vary your recordings on your time-lapse perhaps. The end result, of course, being many circles. Many circles, in fact. Aren't these star trails amazing to look at? They really are. And now there's something even more special, as you're going to find out in a few moments. Okay, and now for the decode. Our stars, or our star trails, what you're really looking at are vertically stacked particle accelerators. I want to use 6 here in the overlays. Obviously there's many more, so when we get round to counting them we will add more and give it a bit more realism. But for now, here's a simple decode of what stars really are. They're vertically stacked particle accelerators, and you're going to see how they play a very big part in the workings of our realm. These halos are 32 smaller nodes and 32 larger nodes, 64 in total per halo. I've only added 6 halos per area here, but you get the idea. Nothing is to scale, and more research is needed to locate just exactly how many circular star trail type projections there really are and their locations. The star halos are creating motion and a pressure system, spiraling pressure waves into our realm. The pressure changes we record daily are caused by these processes. They are used to compress our sun and generate heat and discharge cold. Mainstream labelling of sundogs is close to the truth, however. They will not elaborate on what the ice is forming on. The nodes of the halos are in the path of the displaced cold, hence them becoming visible. You are still looking at the projection. This is also taking place below us on the physical model that is projecting these amazing luminaries and our halos. Our 7 planets, as they label them, all go through this same process, the 7 golden candlesticks. The star halos generate the winds and our pressure systems that take place 4 times daily. Don't polar vortexes make more sense now? I'm pretty sure now they are the origin of shooting stars, or meteor showers that can be timed to certain months. The months they are being more noticed for their heavenly workings. Walter Russell's table of elements will also fall in this category, with every halo that is going through the epicycle rotations. The word gravity actually relates to pressure, the forces exerted by our star halos on our 7 planets, the forces required to put them in their various states of sphericity to do their desired purposes as they cross our realm. Walter Russell's table of elements will also come into play here. The halos are all converting elements into matter by design. The halos themselves are not actually rotating, it is the actual particle flow inside the accelerators, the particles that are flowing and lighting up nodes, which are all timed events in this very big mechanism of amazing technology. The Creator's glory revealed on a scale we are only just beginning to comprehend. No wonder it was hard for them to describe all this in scriptures. It is on such a grand scale it is hard to see the big picture. But that big picture has been revealed in our research. We had to make a model to see what we are working with and what it actually looks like. We called this model the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Particle accelerators, and up to 144,000 of them sealed below, is what it decodes scripturally to us. The halos nodes, 32 small and 32 large, 64 in total per halo, are also related to the Antikytherian mechanism. It contains many related 64 cog gears, thus showing time itself is based upon the angel accelerator's flow of particles around its halo, not to mention our constellations in the heavens and our major luminaries. Every one of those stars is a part of a particular angel's halo. Imagine that, people. Our clocks are timed by one revolution of a star halo's accelerator. Isn't that something? A full rotation of the star halo takes 23 hours 56 minutes, but we seem to be missing 4 minutes to make it 24 hours. However, perhaps time itself was originally 64 minutes based upon the 64 node halos, thus making the full rotation of an accelerator's flow 24 hours, the missing 4 minutes now being located and the anti-Capedian mechanism now making more sense. So, how does it work? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me introduce you to ecliptic expansion. You can see with this demonstration how it actually relates to the East Gate, the sun, or any luminary for that matter, coming into our realm between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and then they start going into the what I would call the maximum compression zone at the centre. That is our smallest star halos. That's where the maximum compression would be. So on in a 3D model, I'll just let it play, and this is what it relates to in our model and how it works with the gates. Charge and discharge, ecliptic expansion and mass. Now the mass they speak of is related to the light and its journey through ecliptic expansion into a compressed ball of light. The compression is being caused by our star halo's rotations, all working together to achieve this very amazing process. With this animation, I'm going to show you just how it works. We'll head over to the East Gates and watch a sunrise that comes into our realm via the East Gates. As you can see, our sun is in the ecliptic expansion area and has thus not yet achieved its compression from our star halos that is needed to compress it into a spherical looking object. As it enters the compression zones, you will see how it reacts to the electromagnetic vortex of pressure waves it now comes under from our star halos. The maximum compression taking place below the smaller halos around the centre of our map. The sun then gets to the west gates, goes back into ecliptic expansion, is shut down and then sent on its return path in the underworld back to the east. So, the spiral decodings now make more sense, I hope. The spiraling of electromagnetic vortexes from our star halos. The ancients everywhere in this realm depicted the spirals, and this is what it relates to, thus confirming the ancients knew exactly how all this works, as our research keeps showing. Left hand rule, right hand rule. Don't those whirling wheels in scripture now make more sense? Don't those windings in the sky have a more special meaning now? The golden ratio is directly related to the workings of our angels, the Fibonacci spiral, the motions and forces caused by their accelerators. Our research looks directly for the cause, and so far it's been pretty much on form and gives us many explanations for worldly events, as our previous videos have been showing. We have been transparent in our research and given data, events and even proofs, as in the case of the sun halo and its nodes. No one is explaining the cause of all this. They say there are anomalies but never explain the cause. To reiterate, during ecliptic expansion our luminaries are in the fission state, whilst inside the realm under the forces of our star halos they are in the fusion state. We knew all this in ancient times. We understood all this. We knew exactly how all this worked. The spirals are the language of angels, the technology that is directly responsible for our luminaries, our wandering stars, and pretty much most of nature itself. Our ancestors depicted this everywhere. Every nation in this realm has depictions of these in geo, petro, and hieroglyph form, the language that unites everyone in the realm, as we were all taught the exact same thing. Then somehow we forgot all this. But we will learn all this again. This cannot be kept hidden. After all, it is the way of the world. Here is another easy decoding. The snake chasing its tail represents the perpetual flow around the accelerator. This is what creates the spiraling flow of energy into our realm from our star halos. This also applies to all accelerators. Horizontally positioned ones below are what create tornadoes. Remember, we are in a duality of technology.
Okay, so let's talk about meteor showers for a moment. From the earliest of times, humankind has noticed flurries of meteors that seem to emanate from specific points in the sky and at particular times of the year. These flurries are called meteor showers. They are produced by small fragments of cosmic debris. It produces large amounts of small particles which will eventually spread out along the entire path of the comet to form a meteoroid stream. We will see this stream for a few days at roughly the same time each year, producing a meteor shower. So they appear to radiate from a single point in the sky to an observer below. This is called the radiant point. Meteors seen near the radiant are approaching the observer and will appear as short streaks in the sky. Meteors seen 45 to 135 degrees from the radiant are moving in a more parallel direction towards the observer. These meteors will produce long streaks in the sky. Those seen in an excess of 90 degrees from the radiant are actually moving away from the observer, and their path will again shorten the further they are from the radiant. Okay. Meteor showers are usually named for the constellation in which their radiant lies at the time the shower occurs. The Perseid meteor shower peaks about August 12th every year. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Perseus. While the Leonid meteor shower peaks about November 18th. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Leo. The meteor showers reoccur each year. In some cases, they have been recognized for hundreds of years. Sporadic meteors are those random meteors not associated with any particular shower. For meteor observers, those located in the northern hemisphere have a distinct advantage as shower activity is stronger there than it is seen by observers located in the south of the equator. The reason for this is that most of the major showers have meteors that strike in areas located far above the equator. As it's seen from the northern hemisphere, these meteors would appear to rain down from high in the sky and in all directions. From those situated in the southern hemisphere, only a small percent of this activity is visible. Any activity would appear to travel upwards from radiant located in the sky. There are a few meteor showers best seen from the southern hemisphere. These would include any radiant with a declination below -20 degrees, and those that reach the maximum activity during the southern hemisphere months go between July, August, and September. Nearly half of the year's visual meteor activity is crammed into a 2-month interval. This is between mid-October to mid-December. It is a nearly continuous period of heavy meteor activity. The Meteor Data Center lists over 900 suspected meteor showers, of which about 100 of those are very well established. Particular attention should be noted to the time and the moonlight conditions. All of these showers are best seen after midnight. Some are not even visible until after midnight. Now, showers that peak with the moon's phase being greater, which means it's more than 1/2 illuminated, will be affected by the moonlight and very difficult to observe. So while the time each shower is best seen remains much the same every year, the moonlight conditions, as we know, change considerably from one year to the next. So also, a fireball is another term for a very bright meteor. Generally brighter than magnitude 4, which is about the same magnitude of the planet Venus as seen in the morning or evening sky. A bolide is a special type of fireball which explodes in a bright terminal flash at the end, often visible with fragmentation. Now here you will notice the meteor showers I plotted are usually very close to some of our 6 large halos. This is no coincidence. In air, free electrons in a gap form background radiation and are accelerated by an electrical field. As they collide with air molecules, they create additional ions and newly freed elements, which are also accelerated. At some point, thermal energies will provide a great source of ions. The increasing elements in the ether and the ions rapidly cause regions of the air in the gap to become electrically conductive in a process called dielectric breakdown. Once the gap breaks down, current flow is limited by the available charge in the electrostatic discharge or by the impedance of the external power supply. If the power supply continues to supply current, the spark will evolve into a continuous discharge called an electric arc. This can occur in solid or liquids, but the breakdown mechanisms are much different for this when it occurs in gases. The heavier parts or other stuff ejected more violently are what we see in meteors.
Do we have any evidence of such halo activity that can relate to our grid, the underworld and the realm? Of course, I'll take you back to a few clips from my very first video on this subject, where I tried to highlight this some time ago. Notice in this clip our moon's shape. Definitely not spherical, but a rather flat looking image of light, but notice as it passes the camera's view it then takes on its spherical form in the reflection. It was in ecliptic expansion and is now taking on its spherical form. You will remember our sun and its halo. You can see here the true sunrise of our realm. This is our sun halo rising from below ground. Node 1, Brahma, our sun projection node, is just off screen to the left, and node 8 is on the right. The full halo isn't showing in this clip. Notice in this clip the visitors are clothed in special protective suits whilst enjoying a moonrise. The energies around this plasma type light must be quite harmful close up. This information places the new Meie free station at the east gates. The ascension scriptures mentions is this process, the ascension of our luminaries.
Our star halo's nodes can be viewed from 2 perspectives. At distance you will notice they take on a pentagonal pattern, whilst overhead they take on a circular form, and again when passing they show the pentagonal pattern again. What you are witnessing are the sides and underside of the nodes attached to the halo. The halo is not visible as we sometimes see with our sun's halo, which mainstream call a sundog, but the same rules apply. Although these are much larger accelerators, they all share the same build design, each one playing very important roles in our heavens and worldly workings. I hope this explains why you see the patterns changing and gives you new information to ponder whilst recording and viewing our luminaries yourselves.
Fantastic recording and information, Sandra. A very nice capture indeed. Sandra is going to be doing more experiments and research on our star halos. We have a few ideas Sandra will be testing, and we will be giving update videos on the results in a future presentation. You can see the shape of Sirius change as the star halo rotates in the heavens, giving Sandra a few different perspectives of this node as it goes about its journey. Our star halos contain 64 nodes. There are 32 small and 32 large. Not all of these are visible or lit up, but they will be noticeable by occlusions and other visible phenomena while eclipsing other stars in the heavens. So, our 64 node star halos, the number 64, a multiple of the number 8. While we are on the subject of numbers, here's some more very interesting information.
At the center of the angelic particle matrix is the Nazca Sun Cross. The Sun Cross is an 8x8 grid which is fairly common in ancient depictions. You can find it on chessboards, mandalas, and all sorts of things. What does it mean, though? One possible answer might be found on the Aztec sunstone. The sunstone itself tracks the motions of both the Sun and Venus. The outer ring shows two feathered serpents, each filling half of the ring. The feathered serpent represents the deity associated with Venus, or the morning star. The feathered serpent was known by multiple names: Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Kukulkan. The deity was said to be as wise as a serpent, but as gentle as a dove. He also had a second form, and appeared as a white-skinned man with a beard. He was considered both a prophet and a healer. The similarities to Jesus are striking, but not a topic for today. The two juxtaposed feathered serpents show Venus's cycles, first seen in the morning during one part of the year, then as it is seen in the evening during the other half of the year. The two opposing cycles of Venus are shown on this outer ring. The ring around the center of the sunstone shows the 20 days of the Tzolk'in calendar, which ties the sun to Venus. The middle ring shows the wheel of the year, and this is where we begin to see our 8x8 connection. The ring is divided evenly by 8 arrows, so that the year is divided into 8 equal parts. We also see the year divided into 8 parts by pagan cultures. Holidays fell on the 2 solstices, the 2 equinoxes, and also on 4 days in between. The last 4 were the fire festivals. So far we have seen that the wheel of the year was divided into 8 equal sections. This gives us one of our 8s in our 8x8 grid. The other 8 is found in the cycles of Venus. If you were to see Venus rising in a certain location this morning, Venus would appear in the same location in exactly 8 years from today. 8 years times 8 holidays per year gives us 8x8. The layout of the sunstone conforms to the 8-year epicycle of Venus as seen from Earth. If you overlay the sunstone with the pattern of the epicycles of Venus, they match almost perfectly. The ancients knew this. Research suggests it was known all over the realm.
For this part of the video, we are going to take a look at these images from Walter Russell's work and factor them into our model. You can see from their design and locations, they play a very important part in our grid. They are switching mechanisms. When placed correctly, they will play a part in the positioning of our sun and possibly other luminaries. The seasons can be answered by this switching. It seems they are what places the sun in the correct paths to actually create our seasons. The gates in the east you can see align with the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer and having the equator at the centre. Our wandering stars are using epicycle motions as they cross these areas, the same epicycle motions recorded by Ptolemy and the same epicycle motions we see with the sundog halos as we see them in time-lapse photography. These locations also answer more questions regarding magnetic anomalies that are recorded in various parts of the realm. These are the locations we would place them, and as you can see, the mimic map signalling also confirms the signals are coming from these areas. You can see from the scale of this we're going to have to think bigger, much bigger. This is a bonus decode clip. Mission STS-134. In this mission patch, notice the atomic symbol created by 3 halos, each containing a luminary. Also notice the ISS follows one of the paths. Mission Atlas 3. In this patch I want you to take notice of the 3 flames from the engines going through the halo, the actual name Atlas 3 and the sun and the shuttle being on the same path. Apollo 14, again pay attention to the 3 bars going through the halo and leading to a star. Mission STS-129, notice again the 3 bars now in red, white and blue. Also take note of the diamond and circle design. The star and again the ISS is linked in this depiction. Let's modify this so we can use it as an overlay to use over our map and grid. Now you can see the North Star, the red shift and blue shift, with the white light being the manifested light. This is the Holy Trinity, the union of the 3 which creates light, or our sun or any luminary out there, its colour and role depending on which particle and configuration is used. The luminary being created by ion and frequency injection into Atlas, which means a toroidal apparatus, the smaller halo within the larger halo, or Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel. This is how a luminary is created. This is the Holy Trinity of nodes 1, 2 and 8.
Hi everyone, I'm Rose. I joined APM because to my mind it's the closest explanation to what our realm is and the most in-depth cross-referenced research I have found. My own research is compatible with this way of decoding the plane, and now I have eyes to see the Creator's glory. I cannot stop seeing it everywhere. In this clip we are going to show you how the sun returns to the east in the underworld has something very special that takes place. If you can remember from the 12 gates presentation, the sun returns east through the 12 chakras. Something that was missed at first was then decoded later, has now been added to reveal this amazing event. Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea. A closely related expression, morning star, is referenced in Revelation 2:28 and also in Revelation 22:16. Jesus Christ, God, claims himself as being the morning star. That is also the gift he had from God, the Father, to be rooted in any winner in the faith and perseverant in the works according to his law.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In our previous video, we showed how the sun's 24-hour path works within this model. After looking back in history to see how the sun's return path is depicted, we arrive at the Egyptian depictions of the 12 gates, the sun's return path in the underworld. Today, One Conscience is going to take you on that amazing journey, which we will break down further after the presentation.
Okay, so today we're going to look at the book of Tuat, the summary of the book of what is in the underworld. So what this book is it is a journey of the sun's path as it takes it through the underworld from the western gates back to the eastern gates to rise again. So let's begin. I want to say from the start that if I mispronounce any words, I apologize. I'm not fluent in Egyptian at all, and any corrections are welcome. The beginning of the horn of Amentent, which is the uttermost point of the deepest darkness. The first hour. This god entereth into the earth through the hall of the horizon of Amentent. There are 120 true to the journey over this hall before man arriveth at the gods of Tuat. The name of the first field is Netra. He alloweth fields to the gods who are in his following, and he beginneth to send forth words to and to work out the plans of the divine beings of the Tuat in respect to this field. Ushimehatu Heftira is the name of the first hour of the night which guideth this great god through the hall. The second hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in your nest, which is 309 true in length and 120 true in width. The name of the gods who are in this field is Beutuati. Whosoever shall know their names shall have his existence with them, and unto him shall this great god allot in fields the place wherein they are in the field of Uranus. He shall gods who stand up. He shall travel on in the following of this great god. He shall enter into the earth. He shall force a way through the Tuat. He shall cleave a passage through the tresses of the gods with flowing hair. He shall travel on by the Amma after the emptying of the lands. He shall eat bread cakes in the boat of earth, and there shall be given unto him the forepart of the Tatuba. She sat Meketnebs is the name of this hour of the night, which guideth this great god through the field. The third hour. This great god afterwards taketh up his position in the fields of the Peru gods, the fighters. And this great god paddleth his way over the stream of Osiris in sailing up this field, which is 309 a true long and 120 a true wide. This great god uttereth words to those who are in the following of Osiris to this city, and he alloweth them estates which are situated in this field. Beu-shi-teu, or hidden souls, is the name of the gods who are in this field, and whoever knoweth their names upon earth shall be able to approach the place where Osiris is, and there shall be given unto him water for his field. Netnibu Aheperua Atu is the name of this field. Whosoever shall know these hidden similitudes of the hidden souls in the correct form wherein they are depicted in Ament of the Tuat, now the beginning of such representation should be from Amentent. These figures, I say, shall act as magical protectors to that man upon earth and in Netterhurt, regularly and unfailingly. Whosoever knoweth these, when he is making his journey past them, shall escape from their roarings, and he shall not fall down into their furnaces. Whoever knoweth this, when he is keeping ward over his seat or place, his bread cake shall be with Ra. And whosoever knoweth this, being soul and spirit, shall have the mastery over his legs, and shall never enter into the place of destruction, but he shall come forth with his attributes, and shall snuff the air for his hour. Then Tent Beu is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God. The fourth hour. The majesty of this great God, having been towed along afterwards, taketh up his position in the secret circle of a mentent, and he performeth the affairs of the gods of the Tuat, who are therein by means of his voice, but he seeth them not. Ankh Uparu is the name of the gate of this circle. Ament Setha is the name of the circle. Whosoever knoweth this representation of hidden roads of Restated, and the holy paths of the Emahet, and the secret doors which are in the land of Seeker. The God who is upon his sand shall be in the condition of him that eateth the bread cakes, which are made for the mouth of the living gods in the temple of Tem. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the condition of him that is Mat on the ways, and he shall journey over the roads of Risatha, and he shall see the representations of the Amahat. Yurtem Sik Muset is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God. The fifth hour. This great God is towed along over the ways of Mat, of the Tuat, through the upper half of this secret circle of the God's Seeker, who is upon his sand, and he neither look upon nor gazeth at the secret figure of the earth which is containeth the flesh of this God. The gods who are in the train of this God hear the words of Ra, who crieth unto them from where this God is. Aha Neteru is the name of the door of this city. Ament is the name of the circle of this God, and in it are the secret paths of Amentent, and the doors of the hidden palace, and the holy palace of the land Seeker, with his flesh, and his members, and his body, in the divine form which they had at first. Beu Amu Tuat is the name of the gods who are in this circle. Their forms Aru, who are in their hour, and their secret shapes Heperu, neither know nor look upon nor see this image or similitude of Seeker or the hawk himself. Whosoever shall make these representations according to the image which is in the writing of the hidden places of Tuat, at the south of the hidden palace, and whosoever shall know them shall be at peace, and his soul shall unite itself with the offerings of Seeker. The goddess Hemet shall not hack his body into pieces. He shall go on his way towards her in peace. Whosoever shall make offerings to those gods upon earth, these offerings, I shall say, act as magic protectors to that man upon earth, and in the netter hurt regularly and unfailingly. Samharabis is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God through the field. The sixth hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the stream of Nebmut Tuatu, the Lord of the waters of the God of the Tuat. And he sendeth forth words to the gods who are therein, and he commandeth that they have the mastery over their divine offerings in this city. He maketh his way through this field, being provided with his boat, and he setteth apart by his words the estates which are to produce their offerings in the city. And he giveth them water for their lakes, and he travelled through the Tuat every day. Set Metu is the name of the door of this city. The secret roads of a Metent, and the manner wherein this great god is being rowed along over the water, therein in his boat to perform the plans of the gods of the Tuat. The gathering together of them by their names and the manifestation of their shapes and their secret hours, such are the things of which the secret representations of the Tuat is not known to men and women. Whosoever shall make a copy of this image in writing according to the representation of the same, which is in the hidden things of Tuat, at the south of the hidden palace, and whosoever shall know them shall be in the condition of one who awardeth offerings in abundance in the Tuat, and he shall be united to the offerings of the gods who are in the following of Osiris, and his parents shall make the offerings which are obligatory on earth. The majesty of this great God sendeth forth words, and he give divine offerings to the gods of the Tuat, and he standeth up by them, and they see him, and they have dominion over their fields, and over the gifts made to them, and they effect their transformations by reason of the words which this great God hath spoke to them. Mechet Nibtu Atiuo is the name of this field, which is the road of the boat of Ra. Mespirit Taramat is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God through the country. Next is the 7th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the secret place of Osiris, and the majesty of this great God sendeth forth words into the God who dwell therein. This God maketh himself other forms for this hidden place in order to drive out his path, the serpent fiend, Apep, by means of the word of the power of Isis and the words of power of Semsu. Ruti Asar is the name of the gate of this city through which this god passeth. Tefet Shita is the name of this city. This great god maketh his way over the road of Ament in the holy boat, and he passes in it over the road which is without water, without being towed along. He maketh his way by means of the words of the power of Isis, and by means of the words of the power of Semsu. And the utterances of this great God himself act as magical protectors, and perform the slaughters of Apep in the Tuat, in the circle, in his windings in the sky. Whosoever shall make a copy according to the similitudes which are in writing at the northern side of the hidden palace in the Tuat, they shall act as magical protectors for him that maketh them in heaven and in earth. And whosoever knoweth them shall be a soul of souls with Ra. And whosoever shall make the words of power of Isis and the words of power of Semsu shall make to be driven back the Apep of Ra and Amentent. Whosoever do this in the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall do this upon earth, the result is the same. Whosoever knoweth this shall be in the boat of Ra, both in heaven and upon earth. But he that hath no knowledge of this representation shall not know how to drive back Niha Hara, or stinking face. Now the ridge of earth of Nihahara in Tuat is 450 cubits in length, and he filleth it with the undulations of his body. The regions which belong to him are made for him, and the great God doth not make his way over him when he maketh him to turn aside out of the way for him. From this secret place of Osiris, when this God maketh his way through the city in the form of the serpent, Meidän. Whosoever shall know this upon earth, the serpent, Nihahara, shall not drink his water, and the soul of him that knoweth it shall not be evilly entreated by the gods who are in this circle. And whosoever knoweth it, the crocodile, Abshua, shall not devour his soul. Hesef ha-hes Nihahara is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God through the circle. The 8th hour. When the majesty of this great God hath taken up his position in the secret circles of those who are in their sand, he sendeth forth words to them from out of his boat, and the gods tow along him that is in the holy embrace of the serpent Meidän. Aha-Nertif is the name of the gate of this city. Tibet, Netaruset, is the name of the city. As for the secret circle of Amentent, this great God maketh his way over it in his boat, by means of towing the gods who are in the Tuat. Whosoever shall make a copy of these things according to the similitude which is in writing on the north wall of the hidden palace of Tuat, and whosoever shall know them by their names, shall be in the condition of one who is fully provided with swathings on the earth, and he shall never be repulsed at the secret gates, and he shall have an abundance of offerings in the great funeral hall regularly and unfailingly for millions of years. Nebtusha is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God. The 9th hour. When the majesty of this great God hath taken up his position in the circle, he sendeth forth words from his boat to the gods who dwell therein, and the sailors join the boat of this great God in the city. Sakeb is the name of the gate of this city through which the great God passeth to take up his position on the stream which is in the city. Asaru is the name of the city which the secret circle of Amentent, wherein take up their positions in the Tuat, this great God and his sailors. Whosoever maketh a copy these things in their names according to the similitude which are in writing on the east wall of the hidden palace of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth their names upon earth and knoweth their habitation in Amentent, shall rest in his habitation in the Tuat, and he shall stand among the lords of the provisions of the God, and his voice shall be Mat before the Chetcha beings on the day of the reckoning of Pharaoh. And these things shall act as magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth. Machnebs is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God in the circle. The 10th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words to the gods who are in it. Aheperu Mesaru is the name of the gate of this city, through which this god passeth. Mech Keetabu is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of Amentent, whereto Hepra joineth himself before Ra, and the gods and the spirits, and the dead cry out from it over the secret representations of Akert. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of Ament, and whosoever knoweth them by their names shall journey around about in the Tuat, and shall travel through it. And he shall not be driven back, and he shall flourish with Ra. Tenteneth Swahakabu is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great god through the secret ways of this city. The 11th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle, and he sendeth forth words unto the gods who are therein. Sekantuatiu is the name of the gate of this city through which the great God passeth. Ringkurt Apthat is the name of the city. This is the secret circle of the Tuat into which the great God passeth on his way. And he come forth at the eastern mountain of the sky, the eater of eternity. The form thereof is in the presence of the serpent Petra, which dwelleth in this city, and they, the gods, place themselves in the train of Ra, when the birth of Hepar upon the earth is just about to take place. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament, in the hidden places of the Tuat, and whosoever knoweth them shall be in the position of him that divideth his offering, and of him who is spirit, who is suitably equipped to travel both in heaven and upon earth regularly and unceasingly. Sibit Nab Ahesephuemert is the name of the hour of the night which guideth this great God in the circle. In the 12th hour. The majesty of this great God taketh up his position in the circle at the limits of the thick darkness. And this great God is born under the form of Hepra. In this circle, the gods Nu and Amu and He and Heet are in this circle at the birth of this great God, when he maketh his appearance from the Tuat, and taketh up his place in the Matet boat, and riseth from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Benen Netteru is the name of the gate of this city. Heperkeku Hemesti is the name of the city. This is the circle of the Tuat, wherein the great God is born, when he maketh his appearance in the Nu, and taketh up his place in the body of Nut. Whosoever shall make a copy of these representations according to the figures which are depicted on the east wall of the palace of Ament of the Tuat, they shall be magical protectors to him that knoweth them upon earth, both in heaven and on earth. At this point the light beginneth to come, and it is the end of the thick darkness which Ra travelleth through in Amentent, and of the secret matters which this great God performed therein. He who hath knowledge of the whole or part of the secret representations of the Tuat shall be condemned to destruction. Whosoever make a copy of these representations according to this copy of what is in Ament and Tuat cannot be looked at or seen, And whosoever shall know these secret images shall be in the condition of spirit who is equipped for journeying, and shall come forth from, and shall descend into the Tuat, and shall hold converse with the men and women who live there regularly and unfailingly millions of times. The end.
Okay, the sun's return path home to the east. Let's break that down a bit more. I'll take you over to the Nazca lines. So the sun arrives at the Toimii in the far west. The Toimii being the ceremonial knife which switches off the signal. Basically, it's a kill switch. If you remember the overlays, the Toimii, the ceremonial knife. A nice image of it there. So this is a process that's handling the shutdown of the sun projector in the west, basically, and following its connections here. You'll see what it's connected to, mechanisms, cogs. Take a good look, people. This is the mechanisms in the underworld which would handle the shutting down of the sun when it arrives in the west. And this would be here, the sun isolator. I would call this geoglyph. Break the signal, kill the projection, isolate it, then all the other processes follow. And there's the solar clock, the timing, so you know it's timed event. Sun's arrived in the west, shut it down. This is what you're really looking at. How the technology works and controls and manages the sun. Do we have any evidence in the real world of these kind of events? Yes. This is the signal detected on the mimic map. You can see on here. I've started using overlays with our map in the background so you can make out the maps a bit larger than they show. And you can see these amazing signals going around. Now I've added the chakras and some Nazca line overlays to this, so you can get an idea what's going on. If you watch it carefully, you will see it looping round, going to various places. Now remember, we're looking at the 12 gates, so the sun's return path involves going through 12 different gates. And this is the return path, looping over and over, backwards, forwards, popping in and out of everywhere. It doesn't make a lot of sense until you overlay the chakras and the Nazca lines, and then you can start seeing where it's really going and what's going on. So the mimic signal we've seen, which was the winter equinox in 2016, that's where the signal came from. This is one of the sun's return paths in the underworld. It returns back to the east. If you watch this carefully, it'll go through its system of various locations and its cleaning cycles that it's obviously involved in. It'll arrive back over in the east eventually, and if you watch the bottom of the screen carefully, you'll see all the signalling to tell the rest of the system, sun's arrived back in the east, reset the system, shut it down. So if you watch carefully at the bottom, there we go. Signals, reset the system, sun's arrived, start again. So then you've got the sunrise in the east starting over again. So that's the sun's return path in the underworld. Amazing stuff. And you can see how the grid in the background is manipulating that signal. The white dots being the angels in the underworld, they clearly are playing a part in manipulating and controlling this signal. So that's information from the mimic map, Nazca line overlays, which you watch, like I said, watch where it's going. You will see it going to certain areas. When you overlay the Nazca lines that over this on the grid, you can see where it's going into one place and coming out of another. Amazing stuff. Okay, for this next part, we're now going to break down what's going on in this scene. The middle register, we're going to have a quick look at that, and we're going to show you how that relates to the Toimii in the west. If you notice these characters here, the arms are missing, in other words disconnected. It's been switched off, shut down. The sun's reached the west, shut it down. So there, right there, that's an off switch, disconnected. Of course, with this kind of process comes waste. There's waste to manage and dispose of, so there's some waste in that depiction. And the other components of the projection system is here. You've obviously gone through a cleaning cycle, no projection. That's pretty straightforward to look at that image, right? The middle register, oh no, sorry, the top one, top right there, you can see the tree of life scene yet again. That should be becoming a very common theme by now, the tree of life scene. It's depicted everywhere in every culture and religion. We knew this. We depicted this everywhere. We knew how this worked. We were taught this. You just can't get away from that once you start looking into this. These tree of lives are going to pop up everywhere. And of course they're going to need new fuel, so the new fuel is generated. I'll be explaining a bit more about that process soon. And of course waste management again, which One Conscience will be talking about in a few moments. We've got some waste management to dispose of. So there has to be in the underworld processes and means of disposing of waste materials, and places where the sun's going and all these luminaries projectors go for a cleaning cycle. So there's clearly a maintenance going on there. But I'm going to pass you over to One for her take on this.
Hello. Okay, so today we're going to talk about energy. And we're going to relate it to the research that we do. So, did you know the word energy from the Indo-European root is poti, meaning powerful? And from the Greek word energia means activity or operation, basically being at work. To fully grasp the workings of our world, one must understand the various kinds of energy. Every single event that occurs in this world is an energy transformation of a particular type. The sum total of energy in the world is constant. It's an infinite flow, and it manifests itself in various forms. These forms can undergo transformations. Energy can only be indirectly observed and measured as it manifests itself in these different forms. It can be further characterized through its observed properties. So, what kind of energies are there? Well, basically, they're all either kinetic or potential. Kinetic energy is due to movement. Potential energy is stored and waiting to happen. Now, these can be further broken down by the characteristics of the energy itself. So we have different kinds. We have mechanical, thermal, electrical, nuclear, sound, electromagnetic, chemical, light, and thoughts, just to name a few. So let's talk about carbon. Carbon is a chemical element, and it's a pretty common one. It's the 6th most common element in the world, and the 15th most common in our Earth's crust. Unlike a lot of other chemical elements, you can see some forms of carbon. Diamonds are one form of carbon. So, science says that most of the carbon is deep in the earth. For once, I'll sort of agree with them. Amorphous carbon is a third form of carbon, and it's a lot harder to see since, unlike diamonds and graphite, it doesn't have a crystalline structure. It's commonly known as coal. So carbon is the building block for all life on Earth, and a good chunk of the total amount of it that's held in the Earth is living or dead organic molecules. So, how does this tie to volcanoes? Well, the carbon cycle comes from the volcanoes, from the process happening in the underworld. And eventually, after it comes to surface and cools, it becomes rock or mineral. It does become our new land. This is the creation process. Angel technologies below are what cause lava, the carbon, and the volcanoes. These are the vents of the underworld and the designed waste and recycle system. Through the creation system, what is needed gets used. What isn't needed or has fault is pushed to the waste holding tanks or the magma chambers. When the basins get full, they release and a cleaning occurs. These are our eruptions. Some have a steady flow for long periods. So you have to kind of think of it that all these different tubes are leading to a certain spot, the basin, the holding tank. And if there's so many, it has to steady flow out. We can see this with Hawaii. So I took some time and outlined a whole lot of the tubes that indeed lead to Hawaii. And you can see why it had to have a steady flow. Somewhere along the line, it must have bottlenecked recently, and I think that led to the explosion, or old tubes that weren't used opened up. So then we do have our exploders, the ones that blow every time. They're usually high in silicon, and when they become full, they do blow. So when this cleanse happens, the lava comes up from the chamber through the lava tubes. These tubes appear to be constructed, as we can see here in these photos. There is little to no lava traces after the tube has cleared. So this tells me it's designed to push the waste up and out and clear the tube until the next cleaning cycle. These lava tube systems run for miles and miles and connect to grids on the underside. As we can see here, I've connected several of these systems. We speculate there must be shutoffs to these, so to speak. Something will shut off the flow, which allows the tubes to be cleared. The ancients knew this process very well, and they shared these processes with us. We used ancient Egyptian script to show one of the many processes that lead to the need to expel the waste. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over so we can get into how these conclusions came to by us. Thank you.
For a more technical breakdown of the process, I'm going to play some clips made by Roger from Mudfossil University, who has been experimenting with particle acceleration. So please don't copyright strike me, Roger. I'm one of the good guys, and I know this information will help you. You see, I agree. They are reinventing the wheel over and over, as I will demonstrate after these clips.
Okay, Roger from Mudfossil University today was discussing ether again, which I've been working on for years now, and we have photographed it in experiments and sent all that information off years ago to all the top universities, never heard a word. But all of a sudden they decide they have discovered ether. Now, I think this is kind of disgraceful, to be perfectly honest with you. Plato and all the rest of them back then knew about ether. According to the ancients, they spelled it ether or ether. It's also called the quintessence. Now, all of a sudden they decided, oh, we found the fifth element. Well, guess what, my friends? Fifth element was also in Plato's Timaeus. Speaking about air, Plato mentions there is a most translucent kind called the name ether. It's really very, very, very poor form. Now, everybody knows I've been working on ether and light and everything for years. I've been posting this. Nobody's been paying attention to it, really. I mean, very few. And so I got this from my friend today, Aaron. Physicists confirmed the discovery of a fifth force. All right? They're taking credit for discovering something that's been known for throughout history. Physicists confirmed discovery previously unknown. It's not previously unknown. The fifth fundamental force. This is really not right. Somebody should speak out against these people. They do this kind of stuff and take credit for things that they've dismissed, and then all of a sudden they decide that it's good again. I'm going to show you the real facts. This is ether right here. All these dots are ether. And the reason they are glowing like this is because it's in a darkened room and a laser pulse red laser light coming through here, which only has a tiny, tiny, tiny dot right in the center here. But when it comes through, it forces the opening of space around it. and forces these regions to go into other people's regions, they glow at that point. All the molecules in space own a region, they're happy there. Once you start pushing something through that ocean of particles that are happy, they become disturbed. When they do that, they glow. All right, you saw that field coming through, and what it is there's a little dot in the center, and it's crushing through there just like it does with a sonic wave in a jet, breaking the sound barrier. Now, there's the particle beam. All right, that's all it is right there. That's the beam. That's what comes from this, and what causes this wave to open up is this beam. Well, all of a sudden it's saying, holy smokes, I'm being sucked in faster. You see that? That's accelerating. You can't tell me that's not accelerating. There's not a person on the face of this planet can say, oh, that's nothing. No, that doesn't mean anything. Well, yes, it means something. It means that that thing is accelerating. And when it starts accelerating, it's being pulled faster because it's being forced through this venturi. They're piling up here and becoming excited because they can't get to here. They're forcing each other through here, and when they explode out the other side, which they have to accelerate, there is no option whatsoever. And the reason they're starting to accelerate here, to excite here, is because they're being impeded more and more and more and more. And then all of a sudden, by the time you get here, they are just being blocked almost completely. And forcing each other through here, it's a venturi, two rounded it's two actually construction nails, and that's only a construction red laser. Very inexpensive, less than $50. You do this whole thing. Do it at home. And I have other people doing it now. And I'm going to show you some fabulous shots I just got yesterday. We're looking into them right now. Very, very interesting. Now, what comes out of here is the particle beams that we all know about. Is they call that the what do you call it? The patterns that the double slit experiment, where they have the things on the back, the impedance or whatever they call it. I can't think of it. But anyway, all it is these are electrons coming out of here, forcing each other away from this side and that side. So you're seeing them get away, and by the time they come out here, they can sort of flip around all they want. But primarily, this is pushing this way, and this is pushing this way. They're both pushing both ways. So you end up with a beam in the center. That's why you see the real bright beam in the center. Now, and then you see these rays, because this is saying stay away from here, this guy's saying stay away from here, so they start to build up these arrays. Now, and that's called atomization, plasma, whatever you want to call it. But at this point, these electrons no longer own a region. Before, they owned their own region. They all had their own little dot that they owned. And they say, okay, this is my place. Don't anybody push me. And when they push me, I'm going to glow. And that's what's happening. And this right here shows you the ether. And that is, if anybody can explain to me how these little dots are formed after a light, which we saw accelerated, I don't care what anybody says, that was accelerated. It's coming out of here in white chaos. These little tiny fibers are coming out, which show where the particles are. Those are the particle trails. They are headed by these fields. Those fields are from polarized ether surrounding the tiny, tiny particle in the center, which is charged. It's negative. It's going faster than hell, smashing into the ether here, inducing a current around itself in a right-hand turn as it goes through space. And I have pictures of that too. And I have pictures of this showing this right here is a crushed field. You see that? You see the difference in this one here and this one here? These are round, this one. You see this crushing in here and this crushing in here? That's forcing that one to be more massive. It's crushing it. It's turned purple instead of the lower frequency color. This is a reverse spinning electron. No field around it. It's reverse spinning. They create, in the right-hand rule, electricity goes that way, it spins this way. Well, that one's going that way and spinning the other way around, and it's breaking its fingers off. So there's no magnetic field there. That is, and also that collided with something and made a very interesting result. And that's the result right there. That was that white particle. It transitioned into one of these somehow. and bled off that. And this is what I told you, that's the spinning of the electron, the right-hand rule. As it goes flying out of the accelerator, you see how they're expanded here, and then they contract. These are less energetic. That's an extremely energetic one for some reason. It came through in a different orientation. The others, they were, whatever the difference is. This is much more energetic than these other ones. And you can see, because it's drifting to the left, it's probably spinning to the right, maybe spinning to the left, I don't know. But it's going to have one of these spins to it, and it's supposed to be spinning this way if it's going that way. And I believe, well, I know it's going this way. Now, and I believe it's spinning this way because it's drifting to the left. That would be the natural thing. It would here, and then it can't quite get to the same place each time. And that would give it that left drift. So, that's all I can see. It's a right-hand rule. And that's light spinning through a single slit, I believe that was. Again, this goes back years ago, so some of these pictures, well, I know all the pictures I'm talking about. That I can't remember. Single slit, double slit, I don't remember. And again, I don't know if I mentioned this. This is Rodney Warren from Australia, and I worked on this years ago, and these are his pictures, and they cannot be surpassed, I don't think. However, I'm going to show you one that I got yesterday that's got me interested. This is the plasma coming out of the accelerator. As it steps down, it presents this in two waves. I've seen this a number of times. It looks like a particle to me, and it looks like a torus, and I think I might have some idea how it's working with capacitive and inductive reactance somehow.
Okay, Roger mentioned Plato and others already knowing this information, and he is correct. In fact, my Nazca line work, geoglyph, petroglyph and hieroglyph research confirms this, as does sacred geometry and scriptures. Everyone knew these processes in those days. Your experiments are missing some vital components, Roger, but caution is advised when proceeding here on in. Here is what the Nazca lines have been teaching me. Okay, as you can see with this image, we have our square wave generator in the scene, other parts of technologies, and a very important piece of the line work, the right-hand rule. In this image you can see the square wave generator, the labyrinth, the particle accelerator, and even multi-level structures. Again, square wave generator, particle accelerator, high frequency injection. I hope you're seeing a pattern forming here. This repeats over and over across the Nazca lines. Very detailed technical information. Here's a frequency guide I found online, and I've added various geoglyphs to it to help you understand their meaning and purposes. Due to our research, I haven't as yet had time to give the Nazca lines the full attention and presentation they need, but hopefully over the videos we have made for you, you are now being looking at them with new eyes. The decoder's blueprints, technical and structural information detailing layers in the underworld. As you can see, I have arranged the sea life in the lower frequencies and the flying species in the higher frequencies. On the correct map there are also location markers for various technologies in the underworld that relate to the workings of our luminaries and otherworldly processes. The direction they face usually meaning the direction of the signal it may be transmitting to or receiving from. These are activations and deactivations and possibly other informations being transmitted, those signals we have shown you on the mimic map. The earthquakes are usually a sign some technologies came online. Now I mentioned proceeding with caution, as this technology is also what is responsible for the arts and acts of creation, and a great many other things depending on the configuration. By design, this technology will manifest material before your very eyes, which Roger pointed out at the end of his video, those charged particles he noticed. Because Roger's setup seems to be missing some vital components, it is not up to its potential and could be considered safe, as there is no magnetized walls, wave or frequency injection, but it still achieved the right-hand rule and produced visible matter. This doesn't seem to be radioactively charged. So what does radioactively charged mean? As you've seen with the Nazca lines, there is wave and frequency injection which produces different results. The technology in the underworld is obviously built to a much larger scale than humans can comprehend, as the likes of Enoch and Ezekiel struggle to describe, and as such will produce larger quantities of matter which they create during their running cycles, as the sun process shown in the 12 Gates presentation demonstrated. It had to go through a cleaning cycle and a cycle of solar rejuvenation, ready for the next sunrise. This material is basically radioactive material or nuclear waste. This is also what we would call lava, and as one conscience mentioned, it is managed and ejected into our realm and becoming landmass or sand if ejected into water. This is part of the creation process. By design it creates, maintains and destroys. The heart of this part of the process is located at 0.0 on our grid. I'm going to let Santos Bonacci give this a breakdown of what you are looking at.
This is what is called Brahma. Yeah, the creator. This is Brahma. Brahma is associated with Abraham, Abraxas, abrasion, as I said before, abracadabra. This is the abracadabra of creation. This is Brahma. Brahma is also associated with the Ram. He is the creator. Vishnu is the preserver. Vishnu preserves all of this. And then Shiva, Satan, will destroy it. Well, I mean, he doesn't destroy it totally. He destroys it as in the preserver is the maintainer and the destroyer does the other maintaining. If you don't destroy, you can't. Cycles will not continue. There's the creative half of the ecliptic, then there's the destructive half. That's how it works.
Some fantastic words and information from Santos there, who has been a great help to this research with his wealth of knowledge and information sharing. Between the observant Stan Smith, Santos and our research, we have concluded the halo projections in the sky which mainstream are calling sundogs are what Ptolemy termed epicycles, so in essence this research confirms Ptolemy's model as correct. So what are these halos? They are part of the projector system that is projecting our luminaries into the heavens. As above, so below pertains to this relationship. A physical model in the underworld and a projection in the heavens, with an invisible link between the two, which can be noticed by lightning and tornadoes, the rotating vortex field rising up to the invisible halo. But what is making the projection, you ask? Okay, I'm going to decode the Eye of Horus for you to show you how it works. The Eye of Horus is a particle accelerator which uses high frequency injection. The eye itself is a chamber with which you would place your hot created coals as told in scripture. The hot coals are the radioactive particles it creates and ejects from the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. The snake depictions represent the created matter, or as in this image, your hot coals as requested, sir. This material is radioactively charged and contains the same potential amount of energy as the voltages used in the accelerator that created it. This is a power source, 100% over unity free energy with a very long lifespan. The cones you see depicted near the Tree of Life scenes are being radioactively charged and used as the power source for the vehicle the projector is attached to. I think, going by various scriptures, it is a vehicle of sorts that is moving the projector around in the underworld, the projection in the heavens mimicking its every move. This applies to all luminaries and their projectors, which obviously have different configurations and roles. Do we have any evidence of particle accelerators and radioactively charged materials to relate this to in the real world? Of course we do. I'm going to take you back to the 1800s and see what Mr. Tesla was working with in those times. If you go for this Freedom of Information release on Mr. Tesla, you will see that he was working on an accelerator that was given to him to look at, as it apparently had a side effect of producing ball lightning, which Mr. Tesla describes as being a very scary event, as usually it would explode with devastating effects. From these documents you will see that they have Mr. Tesla offering to sell and install particle accelerators for a fee of £25,000 UK. The research was based on harnessing and trapping the materialized ball lightning, which could hold the same amount of energy as the system that produced it. Again, 100% over Unity technology. The system can also project particles up to 100 miles or more with speeds around 350 miles per second. And Mr. Tesla stated he could build a death ray for the defence of Great Britain from air attack. The technology seemingly able to melt aircraft engines up to 250 miles away. What I did notice is that in these documents the wording also in Mr. Tesla's handwriting appears, with more work related to accelerators. Now when I look at CERN and think about these documents, CERN does not look like something Mr. Tesla could install, let alone have all the components for. So it seems to me this is misleading. It seems to me someone has inserted paperwork faked as Mr. Tesla's so they have a person to use for introducing more advanced technology into the world. Technology we can see originates from the underworld. So fear not, dear Tesla fans, he is innocent of any wrongdoing and seems to have been used by those that hide this as and when needed. Mr. Tesla did invent and make derivatives from his work with accelerators, which are still in use today. So our projections in the sky, we are either seeing the insides of the projection chamber and the effects of its contents, or harnessed an electromagnetically trapped ball lightning on a creator-sized scale, not the smaller scale observations mentioned in human experiments. As an aside, when some nuclear power plants explode, the roof seems to get blown off. Then the disaster has to be sealed, a sarcophagus created around the nuclear lava that is created to contain it. The seal of the 144,000 in scripture is this exact same process. The angel technology has been sealed below in the underworld, so that in the event of a catastrophe it is already sealed and contained, kept in a room until the great day of judgment some 1,000 years into the future. The sarcophagi under ancient temples and pyramids are location markers of said angel technologies below, glare glyphs telling their story to a now unseeing and unknowing world audience. And so it seems, at some point in our history, mankind had an event, a meeting with a higher knowledge, who introduced us to these very advanced technologies and created the components for our electromechanical realm that we call Earth. Our iniquities were removed and our sins forgiven. We were advanced scientifically and we developed into better civilized beings. Our sin was ignorance. We did not understand how anything worked from a scientific viewpoint, but this quickly changed as our ancestors have depicted everywhere.
Okay, so these are the two cruises that we looked into for trying to figure out what the heck they got going on for the Polynesian islands. So the first one is coming from New Zealand. So where the little boat is, that's where they start, and they follow the arrows up and around New Zealand. They stop along New Zealand. They then shoot across to Tasmania. They go up and visit the shores of Australia. They go up north of Australia. Then they come back over and they start heading out to the islands. They go out to Fiji and they go out to Tonga, and they head on out, heading east towards the East Gates. Now the black line is the international date line split. So there's about 20 hours difference in some of these areas when you cross over the date line. Now, when we go up to the other one, coming off of California, we start up here in Baja California. They shoot out to Hawaii. They do a roundabout all the Hawaiian islands. They then head out and go down the Line Islands. They end up Tusamotu and then they hit a couple more islands and they head back to Baja California. So what they're doing is they are confusing people by visiting. All of these islands are out here, so there's so many. It would be so easy to hide and skew this data and tell people that maybe they're in one place when they're really not. These are separate sets of islands. If people go and look at the time and the times of these islands and what day they're on, it has a lot to tell there. You know, some of these islands are very, very close, but they've already went into Sunday, where some of them are sitting in Saturday, you know, mid-evening. So it's a clear split of the map. So, you know, that's telling me our map is right, that this is where it splits. These ones on New Zealand are going to be leading up into the East Gate, where we're never going to get. And the ones coming from California are coming down around by the West Gates. None of them are ever crossing over.
Okay, so the divides in the map. Our research reveals they are in these locations to hide the 12 gates. Further research of ours has revealed something very special and meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it gives us great pleasure to present to you the 12 pearly gates of heaven. The 12 gates in Revelation 20 long belong to the New Jerusalem, which comes down from heaven to the new earth, verse 10, shining with the glory of God, verse 11. John describes the city. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and with 12 angels at the gates. On the gates were written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, verse 12. The gates are miraculous in their construction. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, each gate made of one single pearl, verse 21. And the gates of the New Jerusalem will never be shut, verse 25. The pearl was esteemed of the greatest value among the ancients. It is an appropriate emblem of the highest truth. It is the only precious stone which the art and skill of man cannot improve. Introducing the 3 gates in the north, the gate of Reuben, the gate of Judah, and the gate of Levi. Introducing the 3 gates in the east, the gate of Joseph, the gate of Benjamin, and the gate of Dan. Introducing the 3 gates in the south, the gate of Simeon, the gate of Issachar, the gate of Zebulun. And introducing the 3 gates in the west, the gate of Gad, the gate of Asher, and the gate of Naphtali. The gates of the New Jerusalem never close. They are eternal safety and peace in the New Jerusalem. There are no enemies to shut the gates against. Access to the heavenly kingdom on the new earth is free and unhindered, and the glory and honour of the nations will be brought into it, Revelation 21:26. The gates face every direction of the compass, and their perpetual openness invites everyone to partake of the goodness of God's grace, Revelation 22:17. Welcome to the realm. As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot, pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video we are going to take you deeper into how the luminaries work, show you what those halos in the sky really are, and cross-reference various related sites in the world. I'll now hand you over to One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited
to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PB collisions in the ALICE reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolid radioactive ion beam facility, located at the proton synchrotron booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolid takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map
with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point I'm going to hand it over for a technical breakdown and decoding of all of this information by FPV. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Juan. As promised, we are going to decode how the luminaries work and give you their modern and ancient terminology, and show you how we make these connections and how it relates to technology, the workings of the luminaries, and of course the workings of the realm. These are halos various people have recorded of what mainstream calls sundogs. We decode them as something very different and special. As you can notice with time-lapse photography, the halo moves with the sun. It has very obvious rotation as it moves, which suggests the luminary projectors are not only moving in the underworld, but are also revolving as they go. This we have linked before to the Antikytherian mechanism's movements, the ancient computer that can predict all our major luminaries' movements and even the past, present and future lunar cycles with amazing precision. A hand-cranked computer from an era in our past. It appears our luminary projectors are doing the very same movements in the underworld. This research is also backed up by Ptolemy's use of epicycles. Ptolemy clearly factored in the luminary projectors' movements, meaning the ancients knew very well how this technology works and understood what is happening in the underworld. This is also very evident in Geo-Petron hieroglyphs, scriptures and even the Book of Enoch. We all understood how our world worked, and our kings, queens, tribal chiefs and elders took great pride in depicting this knowledge everywhere. Now we are going to decode and break down what we are really looking at. In this animation we will use the sun halo and its 8 nodes and show you what it really is, and take you through these conclusions using a modern equivalent as a reference. As you can see, we have a wheel in a wheel, which we can reference with Ezekiel's description of what he saw at the East Gate. The ancient terminology I may have to go deeper with in another video with Santos Panacci, but for now here is a simple decode which uses modern and ancient terminology. Decoding Node 1. This is Wonderland. This is where the magic happens. The modern terminology for this node is Atlas. The ancient terminology would be Brahma the Creator. Our smaller halo is where our sun's image and high luminosity come from. Decoding Node 2. Modern terminology Alice. This is where wave injection seems to take place. Its ancient terminology would be Rudra. Decoding Node 3. Modern terminology points 3.2 and 3.3. This is where a cleaning cycle takes place called momentum cleaning. Ancient terminology Mahadeva. Decoding Node 4. Modern terminology Point 4 or future RF experiments. Ancient terminology Sankara. Decoding Node 5. Modern terminology Point 5 or CMS. Ancient terminology Vishnu, a mirror of Brahma, hence it being a high luminosity point directly opposite Node 1. Decoding Node 6. Modern terminology Point 6. This is a beam dump cycle. Ancient terminology, Sambu. Decoding node 7. Modern terminology, point 7. This is Betatron cleaning cycle. Ancient terminology is Vara. Decoding node 8. Modern terminology, point 8 or LHC beauty. Ancient terminology, Mahesara. In conjunction with all these processes, Shiva or Satan is created at the center of our small halo. This is our sun's generated and projected image. The other functions dealing with frequency and wave injection, as well as cleaning and beam dump cycles, as we have illustrated previously in our 12 gates video, where the solar boat, as the Egyptians called it, went through various cleaning cycles and solar rejuvenation, then returned via 12 chakras back to the east gates in the underworld. As above, so below is directly related to these processes ongoing in our underworld. What you see in the heavens are also being played out in the underworld. The luminary projections matching the movements of their physical models in the underworld. Do we have anything we can reference any of this to? Yes, of course. Here are some of One Conscience's line tracings from the ocean floor in Google Earth. As you can see, these actually match some of the sections we have seen on the sun projector, only on a larger scale, and they match segments of the 6 larger halos you see over our grid. In this fantastic clip captured by One Conscience, we are going to break down what she is recording. As you can see, we have node 8 visible on the right. This is beauty or Mahesara. The reason you are seeing it with this type of elongated profile is because you are viewing part of the projector from a side perspective, which shows some of the scale of this projector's node and its contents. When viewed from below, we usually see a white or cloud coloured node. The complete projection of the halo would look like this if we could see all the parts of it clearly. You can now see how epicycles work and get an idea of what is moving around below us. The electromagnetic projections in the sky is mimicking their every move. I'm going to hand over to One Conscience now for more related decodings.
Okay, so let's look at these different maps and then compare them all at the end. All of this information, when you look at it together, it just tells a really big story. So first, here's the volcanoes that we looked at. So I won't go too much into detail in those because we just talked about those for a minute. The second one that I want you to see, though, is the particle accelerators of the world. So when you look at these particle accelerators compared to the map I just showed you of volcanoes, the volcanoes are on the outskirts of these accelerators, confirming that they are the waste system of all this stuff going on. Okay? Alright, so next, we'll look at CO2 sites and nuclear sites. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is these guys are wrapping around or opposite of our major accelerator sites. Okay, so the CO2 is probably cooling all of this stuff that they've got going on with these accelerators. You know, and again, if these accelerators were already there, or if man has put them there, you know, that's kind of up for research. But what I see is they're cooling this stuff, and then the nuclear sites, they're harvesting this energy. Okay. And the last one we'll take a peek at is deep borehole projects. So again, these are all basically in the same areas. So they're digging down and putting the CO2 in, or harvesting, or trying to get to this technology to reverse engineer it. And then the last map I'll show you here is one that I put everything all onto one map so we can look at our story of what's going on. So everything that I was just saying in each individual map, now you can see it all wrapped together, you know. And it's kind of working like I said. You know, they've got the accelerators and they've put them over our, you know, they're on the grid and on these PowerPoints. Everything just kind of correlates and tells a big story here. So if they're doing all this, you know, it makes you wonder, what are they doing at our 12 gates? Do your own research, and I'll leave you with that thought.
Check this Hindu mandala overlay out, people. Notice how the rubies align right in between angels, and the other four are the cardinal points on the grid of the Nazca mandala. These two mandalas are telling the same story as do others. Regarding the projectors, all their base functions and systems apply regardless of size or scale. Some are projectors, many are not. They all need cleaning cycles and beam dumps. Notice the beam dump would be going towards the bearing straight region on a realm scale model. What you are looking at here is Satan. Satan is probably the realm's largest accelerator. Its cleaning cycles clearly being along the equator, hence the flow of red on the mimic map. This is the lake of fire in the underworld. The creation processes taking care of the harnessed elements Scripture calls hot coals. They are produced from the eyes around about it on each accelerator as described by Ezekiel, the whole process working in harmony on a scale we can barely comprehend. The Satan accelerator has some very interesting traits. Notice the star in the north. This may be Polaris. If we can confirm there are 3 fixed location stars in the south that match these alignments on this overlay, this would help prove this model further. The star in the north may very well be related to the Aurora Borealis events alongside some of the Nazca line overlays we have previously used to fit into this model as blueprint overlays. I'll now hand you back over to On Conscience so she can do another presentation of some other interesting information she's been looking into.
Okay, so exposure to electromagnetic field is not a new phenomenon. However, exposure to man-made electromagnetic fields has been steadily increasing because growing electricity demands, advancing technologies, and change in our different behaviors have created more and more artificial resources for electromagnetic fields. Everyone is exposed to a complex mix of weak electric and magnetic fields at home, at work, from the generation and transmission of electricity, appliances, industrial equipment, telecommunications, and different broadcasting. So, there's tiny electrical currents that exist in the human body due to a chemical reaction that occurs as part of the normal body functions, even in the absence of external electric fields. So, for example, nerves relay signals by transmitting electric pulses. Most biochemical reactions, from digestion to brain activities, go along with the rearrangement of charged particles. Low-frequency electric fields influence the human body just as they influence any other material made up of charged particles. When electric fields act on conductive materials, they influence the distribution of electric charges at the surface. They cause current to flow through the body to the ground. So, low-frequency magnetic fields induce circulating currents within the human body. The strength of these currents depend on the intensity of the outside magnetic field. If sufficiently large, these currents could cause stimulation of nerves and muscles or affect other biological processes. Some members of the public have attributed a diffuse collection of symptoms to low-level exposure to electromagnetic fields at home, they've reported the symptoms, and they include headaches, anxiety, suicide, depression, nausea, fatigue, loss of libido. Also, general eye irritation and cataracts have been reported in workers exposed to high levels of radio frequency and microwave radiation. Some individuals report hypersensitivity to electric or magnetic fields. They ask whether aches and pains, headaches, depression, lethargy, sleeping disorders, and all the way up to convulsions and seizures could be related. So, now let's shift our focus towards ghosts. So, spirit effects and sensations that people feel or see when a spirit energy is around, or what people think a spirit energy is. Okay, some of the sensations that people have reported are electrical interference, shadows, different temperatures and temperature changes, feelings of anxiety, odd odors, objects that levitate, seeing different orbs, colored or of white transparent light. Animals seem sensitive. Okay. People have also reported that they have overwhelming feelings of sadness, desires to commit suicide. Let's not forget about that forest in Japan where people actually travel to it to commit suicide. Also, people report from entities not being able to sleep, having body aches when they wake up, with a feeling of being beat up. So, when we look at both of those lists and we compare the effects of these two subjects, we can see several similarities in the things reported. So, what I'm proposing is that a lot of these hauntings are related to our energy grid that is under surface. Okay? So, when we place different haunted areas on the map, we see a definite correlation. So, a lot of these areas are around our angels and on or right next to the grid. So, the energy from the angels travel the grid, and the areas around it are receiving energies that are higher than the normal background. So we feel this energy. Different areas would affect us more or less in different ways depending on the frequency that's being emitted. An example is what someone may call a malevolent spirit or demon would go off a very, very low frequency. It would affect us in a very negative way. It can make us very ill, physically or mentally. And then we do have other areas that, even though they're considered haunted, people feel really good or calm when they're there. They feel like it's a very loving entity, they call it. So that entity could definitely be of a higher frequency. That angel energy could be of a more positive frequency, a higher vibration, and it would affect us differently. But what I can see is that these haunted areas sit more or less on our grid or right around it. So that's just what I wanted to talk about, was maybe these hauntings are just very, very strong electromagnetic fields that we just can't understand the size of these things. And that would make sense why entire areas seem to have a whole lot of hauntings going on. So it's just something to think about, and have a good day.
This is a bonus clip, a decoding of the CERN ceremony, so you can see how we decode things. In this scene, the train represents the solar boat we have covered in the 12 gates presentation. The characters in orange representing the harnessed radioactively charged elements. In this scene you can see the characters in orange, the radioactively charged elements, climbing up to the halos, obviously representing the halos in the sky, in other words powering this technology, as well as this technology actually creating these kind of elements. Very clever technology. In this scene, this one should be familiar. If you remember in the 12 gates presentation, the solar rejuvenation. The rejuvenation of the energy required for the sun projector. So it's a cycle of harnessing and making use of the usable materials that it's harnessed. This is a very easy one. This is the bubbling lake of fire. In this one, the scarab beetle represents the projection, the physical transformation between the projector and the projection. You'll also see the anti-Kepiring mechanism on display. Also in the background, the industrial revolution that man has achieved from the knowledge of these technologies, as man does what man does best, reverse engineer and adapt. And of course the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. This is a Shiva bonus clip. This is Shiva standing in the very obvious particle accelerator, the flames representing the hot coals, the harnessed elements converted into matter, radioactive matter of considerably high voltages, a free energy or 100% over unity power source, the child at the bottom representing birth, the creation of the projection or hot coals depending on its configuration. I'll now hand you over to Bintake and Pix Kathleen for some relevant research into our Milky Way.
Earth god Geb and his twin and lover Nut, the Egyptian sky goddess, separated with air by Re. Her eyes were the sun and the moon, and the milk from her udder made the Milky Way. The sun was born every morning to this cow as a calf, journeying towards the west. Romulus and Remus from Roman times are the twin sons of Mars. They represent the lake of fire below. The radioactive lake of fire basically from all the angels that produced hot coals from the eyes round about the accelerator. Ezekiel tried to describe the wheel in a wheel. The Mayans say they come out to show us the map of the underworld. The stars, etc., are the map to the underworld. The Milky Way represents the equator. The hot flow you see on the mimic map is the lake of fire going east to west. It even has what they call a nuclear bulge. Radioactive Romulus and Remus feed off the she-wolf, the radioactive lake. Romulus and Remus are probably the sun and moon, fed by the same energy, radioactive material. The hot coals from Scripture, aside from the wandering stars, the rest of the map of the underworld. As above, so below.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks again for joining us here at Cat Eyes. Tonight we have the research team. They're going to go over some stuff that they've accumulated in the last couple of weeks, some new discoveries, some real gems here. So yeah, you guys know the crew. It's FPV. We have One Conscience, James, and Cat Eyes. FPV, the floor is yours, brother.
Hello, everyone, before you start.
Cheers, Rotter. Hello, cats. Hello, everyone. Hello, panel members. Hello, fine peoples in chat. You're probably wondering about the title, Shock and Awe. What we're going to present today, we think will shock and awe you. It should shock you into realizing what it is we live upon and leave you in awe of its creation, because that's what we're revealing here today, the creator's work. To add more to the research theme, the map we're using, it's the one done by CDs, which you can see the Mercator maps being derived from, and other information that we're using for gathering is done by Ron. So a big shout out again for Ron. He's plotting data and gathering information for us in the background. Right, what I'm going to do here is present to you the Nazca lines. I'm going to give you a little guided tour around them to see why they're so important. Now, if you look at the whale in red in the top right, then at the north, you'll see north, and on the left, you will see solar clock. Now, I've used them to realign the world map based on what we're looking at here, these geoglyphs. So the whale would be northeast Russia, say. The solar clock would be Alaska, and you've got obviously the north in the center at the top. So I'll play through this and give you a little tour. You should see some current comparisons here. I'll overlay the world map we're using, done by series, and you can see how it blends in here, how it kind of fits. Of course, times have changed since these were carved into rock, so a few changes there over time. But other than that, it's pretty much intact and showing the world map. That's what you can see looking at those shapes. Just the pins in the ground. It's starting to give you the shape of the world map. And these geoglyph locations I've been placing on the map, they're actually location markers of very important items in the underworld. You can see here the whale up above northeast Russia used as a reference. So there's actually two references to whales up there, but I just used the beluga whale. And this one in Alaska. Now, you can see in Alaska there, he's a busy little fellow, this guy. Hold on to that thought as well, very, very important. He's a busy little guy. We'll get to that later on. You can see the two locations I've marked out here to open the world map up into a flat map. So there it is again, the basic shape, and we're going to give you a little tour around what I've been placing on the Nazca lines in Google Earth. What you should be seeing is structure, connections, lots of very interesting information, especially when I'll go into more detail of that later on, but just a little tour of this to show you what I've been looking at and piecing together on the Nazca lines. That's going roughly on the map over towards northeast Russia, say. You see the whale there. Now on the Nazca lines, it portrays the whale as flattened by something flat, but you can see there it's not flattened, it's actually behind something. We'll get to that a bit later on. But just take a good look around. You know, these lines, according to mainstream, were used for ceremonial processes, say walking down a line to get married, all this kind of ridiculous theories. So that, you know, they're hiding this information. This is very important information from Nazca lines. There's geoglyphs. You know, you look at geoglyphs in 3D. You put them in a 3D environment, you will see that the picture is really displaying. This is a little tour. You can see all the lines. I mean, I haven't finished yet, nowhere near finishing. I know these have been done by other people before, but they weren't showing what I'm trying to show you. You can see there the hummingbird, beautiful. And also notice its beak's actually attached to a structure. The structures are very important in this. So it's a location marker and the structure what the hummingbird there was actually attached to. Now the hummingbird, it's a message. It sends a signal. It means transmissions. Now, if you look at these, you can see antenna designs here. Most people out there that know any amateur radio or antenna designs would see straight away there's antennas in these images. Like there, the parrot, it's a 2-element Yagi beam, and obviously a repeater because it's a parrot. It's been made so easy to decode this, I can't believe it. We're taking a little tour up north there. That's the geoglyphs up in the north, which I would say probably references the northern portals reference in scripture, would be possibly that location there looking at our map. Again, there's another antenna design. You're going to see lots of the various antennas in this. Lots of signaling going on. There's another. You can see the connections being made. And that the direction the signal would be going, basically. So easy. Again, you see the coils, antennas, structure. That's what I need you to see. I need you to see the structure and these antenna designs and the connections going on. And you can see, look at it, I mean, the area is vast. A lot of these have been covered, built over, farmed upon, you name it. They've been lost, they've been buried. built upon, you name it. It's a shame, really, what's going on down in Nazca. In fact, recently, you've probably seen a headline where a truck driver was driving around over them. He's since been arrested. They called it the United Nations Nazca lines, or World Heritage Site, but it's not United Nations, it is World Heritage, not United Nations Heritage. So just to correct people on that, it's not owned by the United Nations. But I'm pretty sure they're probably behind trying to hide it. There's the spider there. I located the spider off the coast of the USA. You'll see more into that later. You can see it there, the spider. It's actually got its foot inside a part of another geoglyph, which is part of something larger. There's the condor. Fantastic detail, these. Really amazing detail. There's so much detail, it's going to take me a long time filling it in, but I enjoy this. It's amazing watching it come together. There's the monkey. Again, so although Google overlaid this monkey, you'll notice they haven't attached the antenna. It's actually got its hands looping through an antenna, which again, it's capable, it's telling you it's a piece of technology capable of receiving signals and activating something. That's why it's got a piece where the tail, below its tail, you see, notice an extra piece going into the ground. That's to say, that's basically a location marker. But structure should be jumping out at you in 3D. You can see there various parts of structure and other geoglyphs. I'm not sure what they all mean yet, but I definitely know they're all about signaling. Like that bird there, that would be sending a signal to its left. Like I said, you can do all this yourself in Google Earth. If you've got Google Earth, go to the Nazca lines and start tracing them. You know, it's built into Google Earth. You can plot lines across it, save them any colour you wish, move along. I recommend doing it. It's amazing what you start revealing. So if you haven't got Google Earth yet, grab it and go and practice this. Not just at Nazca, these lines aren't unique to just Nazca, they're all over the world. But Nazca is very detailed 3D blueprints of the underworld, the structure below our world, unknown world. This is what this information is revealing. You'll see more what I mean in a few moments. I'll pause it when the images come up. Right, that one there. You see that? If you look at this geoglyph, you'll notice it's three-tiered. It's actually a 3D. If I've caught it at the right angle, there's your vertical support. There's the horizontal one, and you notice the ramp going up to the second level. And there's another ramp there. You can go underneath to a third level. It's just like a three-story car park. This is just part of what you're seeing here. And I hope you can see that as I'm seeing it. Vertical structure, slope going up to the second story, and then another to the third. Now imagine all these when they were built in this fine detail. A whole 3D blueprint of the underworld. Because it's not the human world, it's what's below. This is structure in the underworld and all linked to the workings of our world. Hope you can see that. 3 stories there. You've got to look at them at the right angle and they will jump out at you in 3D. Here's that antenna again. You can see there, look, it's been designed to be read in 3D. With fantastic detail. This one here. See the whale? Now on the original geoglyph, like I said, it looks like it's flattened, or it's got a line across it like it's been flattened. If you look at it in 3D, you'll see basically what looks like, say, a window frame there, and the whale's on the other side of it. It hasn't been squashed, it's just on the other side. It's because you weren't seeing the image in 3D. Now it's in 3D, you can see it's just a whale on the other side of it. And of course here we've got structure again, holding things, support structure. There's the main road. I think it's the Pan American Highway, which is a shame because it cuts right across a lot of this, possibly intentionally as well. They are being defaced intentionally. And this area here, look at this area. It's almost like a game of mousetrap. Look at the detail going on. Signals can come in, things can be switched, things can be activated. It's as simple as that to read. It's been made so simple to read, it's unbelievable. I'll keep it playing, more to see. With activators, switches. Now, this one blew my mind last night. I don't know, I never noticed it before. Look at the guy in green. Look at this, guys. I can't believe this. He's plugged in. He's switched on. He's got his finger on the button on this console. And he's looking to his right, waiting for the signal. How unreal is that? I just noticed this last night. We'll zoom in a little bit. You see again, more detail. Where it's the bottom of the feet is like hooks. Where the arm is like a wrench, a spanner. It's actually got the spanner-shaped arm there. And the middle finger is going to this button on this console. I hope you can see this. And as you can see from all these connections, it's down below ground, different layers. And again, structure, supports. But that is unbelievable. I never expected to see what looks like some kind of a robot plugged into something, pressing a button on a console. That's. I hope you can see that. That's what's reading to me. That blew my mind last night when I revealed that. A little closer. See the hook at the bottom?
Yeah, I see that.
Finger touching the button on the panel. The wrench for an arm. The eye look. I mean, I haven't finished the head. There's another part there to the head. It might not look like this when I finish, but it kind of blew me away just getting this far when I seen and realised what it was. It's kind of like this geoglyph's about half a mile long. It's just an amazing thing to find. This place just keeps giving you surprise after surprise. Unbelievable. So it's electromechanical robot of some sort. Yeah, anyway, remember what I said now. Keep that thought, the solar clock. Now remember, I said he's a busy fellow. Right, well, very important. What I did there, this is a human trait. What I did there, I give this piece of technology a sex and character. I said it was a he, and they said it was a busy little fellow. So very important you realize that. Technology is by humans is being given sex and character. Take, for instance, your car. Some people call the car a she or a he. So your motorcycle, your motorbike, it's a guy. It's a human trait, guys. Very important that you understand and realize that as we go through this. We've been given technology, sex, and character. Remember that. This, it's not unique to modern times either. This technology is a lot older than modern times. Now you can see here the geoglyphs, the locations. There's the whale, northeast Russia, say. Solar clock, Alaska, and various other things going on. I know I've got some of these to relocate now. I know where to go. This would be our 0.0, the star, which is up here now. We'll get more to that later. Yeah, well, I'll leave it playing a sec because look, take a note to this plate in Greenland. Very important plate. I'm going to show you a little bit more about this. We'll zoom in on it, and then this is that plate here, which goes through Greenland. So I'm just looking at it, and then zooming out. And now I'm going to pass you over to Jimbo because he's got some very important information regarding that plate. So over to you, Jim.
Okie dokie, am I muted? Let me unmute if I am. Okay, I'm not muted. Okay. Well, here's a long story short, I guess. Back in 2011, I was going over Google Earth and just looking for weird stuff. And I saw what I thought was like a bulldozer blade in Greenland, just out on the ice somewhere. But as it turns out, after I measured it, it was like 45 miles long, headed north-south, and 12 miles was exposed that went under the ice. It means there was more of that plate under the ice. Well, come to find out, and I'll show you a picture on a share screen here in a second. And I want to share an application. Okay. So this is the picture I pulled off in 2011. The so-called bar out in Greenland, okay? And this was just what I thought was a bulldozer blade. But when I measured it, this north-south line, which is sort of sideways, the red line, about 45 miles. And then down to the snow, or where it goes under the ice, that's about 12 miles. It would cover most of the island of Montreal, what you see exposed here. But the full size of that plate is probably somewhere more in the neighborhood, north to south, of 1,450 miles, and it descends on a slope or an angle into the ground for another 250 miles or more. And it's one single piece of steel. There are no welds, no solder points, no connected plates, no bolting plates. It's one piece of steel. Now, this piece of steel is not the only one. And what it is, let me share another screen. I guess I have to stop this one. Yes, and then start another one. So I'll start and show you how these plates, again, in the Inca lines, those big rectangles you see, and the big wedges, well, they're basically more of these iron plates laid out in different places across the earth to act as a control system for the sun, deflection plates. So let's get to Google Earth and take a look at that particular aspect. Okay, stop sharing, I guess. Stop.
There was nothing showing the engine, but carry on.
Okay, did I do something bad? Yeah. Let me see.
That's okay.
I can't find my Google Earth in this. I don't know why. It's not showing up in the programs. But let me see if I can restart my Google Earth. Well, I'll just go right to my cam and show you on the wall, and then if I get that set up quick and easy later. Now, I have a pretty big map on the wall with some basically just green masking tape. Hangouts can't understand the selected camera without... camera, please.
Technical problems, guys. Don't worry.
Sorry.
It will be resolved.
Yeah, but that's an amazing file.
Okay, well, I really need to get the camera. I'll shut this off here and see if, I might have to F5 the Hangout and just come right back.
All right.
Let me F5.
Yeah, Jim's going to show you on camera a wall map with some demonstrations.
Okay, so I guess I do have to share for this, right? Application window. Oh, not for the camera, right?
I'll show you, Jim. Hold on.
Okay, that'll be easier.
There you go. You're presenting to everyone now.
Okay. Now, for a lot of people, this probably just looks like a bunch of like green on, you know, things on, laid out on a flat world map. But what this layout represents is actually these metal plates that are placed all over this plane, and they are placed there, these ones in this blueprint, the Nazca lines that, you know, have been decoded. Those bars represent these locations on Earth, and these are huge bars. These are huge electromechanical installations. It's like a big cathode ray tube, or operates exactly the same way an oscilloscope would. The sun is a ray, or a bunch of, well, they call them electrons, a stream, and it is forced into this, you know, magnetically charged areas between these plates. At the east, it started, it's prepared, it's given a kick or a push, a sweep trigger it's called, gives it to it, starts pushing the sun across from east to west to the west side of the plane. Once it gets to the west side of the plane, another switch, a trigger called a flyback killer, terminates the sun for that day, or at least makes sure that its energy is not seen in the split second that it flies back to the east and gets another push to sweep across the plane again. What this design really means is that Our sun is not spinning or hurling through space. We are not revolving and spinning on an axis around it, following it through space. The sun is generated locally by this system, and it follows electromagnetic waves that come up from the ground and guide it. In fact, what we're starting to think is these circular disc shape that pushes the sun, it's formed like a cone, and the sun is on top of this cone, and this cone moves across these plates with the light that is our sun on top of it. And that's where I am. Again, all these green lines, the thicker ones, the bar shapes, they're involved with deflection of the sun through the seasons. See, I can get up and point out a bit to you. I'll point it with the light because my headphones won't reach. But up in the north corner there, it's too bright. Up in the north corner, those wedgie-shaped things with those boxes beside them actually magnetize and help deflect the sun. This bar here, north of Russia also. See, this bar is one of the winter season sun guides. There's another bar just off to the west, and it's huge. It's actually the same size as Greenland, but because of the skewing of the maps and trying to hide stuff for generations now, it looks cockeyed. This bar here over Alaska is the same size as the bar over Greenland. But on the world map, the globe, these two bars, the two tips of these bars are pulled towards each other, like it's showing you that it's like 8:30 or 7:30 in the evening, where they actually run parallel to each other.
Can you pan your camera left a little, Jim? We're missing the left part of the map.
Okay, left. That way left, that way left.
That way, that's it, yeah. A bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
Right there.
So we have phenomena we see. Again, if you notice, there's a bar that comes off this long bar that's off the east coast of the Atlantic. Now notice it comes from basically the northern Quebec border straight down and crosses Florida. Now there are these huge plates that run underneath from, mid-Atlantic to, between South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, the Chesapeake, straight back west, all the way to Los Angeles, California, and down to the Baja, and straight back to, Easter Island, of all places. Down here, when they're having their summer south of the equator, these plates that run through and underneath the continental, South America, to these two plates that are on the front wall, or the west coast of South America. These are two huge plates that have been placed there to work in unison with these plates to guide the sun. This one too runs off to, I think this one's to Easter Island, and this northern one goes to the Hawaiian Island chains. So these deflectors up here help to deflect the sun over these plates for a winter. I figure these two plates here are in the transition of, seasons. And then these plates are the ones responsible for helping the south have their full summer before the cycle switches back the other way. But up here, even beyond where, we can see the symbol is part of, again, the sun's deflection plate, probably for the northern winter. Again, we have that phenomena in Canada where we see the northern lights. Well, there are plates that intersect that run on the western side of Hudson's Bay, and also traverse the north of Hudson's Bay all the way to the foot of the Rockies there, nearly to Alaska, where I'm pointing. So this might be a curtain, the conductor for those curtains of lights that rain down as the aurora borealis. These two intersections, we call this section right here, just off Florida and the Bahamas, the Devil's Triangle. Well, a lot of things happen with magnetic bars that big and metal objects close to them. So again, that's about, you know, my input was actually for this group in this study was having that photo of the bar helped to identify the symbols on the Aztec maps that was being decoded by FPV as these huge metal bars. And when, you know, after a lot of kind of like brainstorming and mental blockage and other stuff, you know, I looked at the configuration and realized it's like an oscilloscope or cathode ray tube. And again, our sun is created every day in the east, sent across the plane, and terminated when it comes to the west end. Either terminated or the light is suppressed for a split second and it flies back. It ain't turned off, we just can't see it. So that's like just suppressed. Sometimes things take too long to charge up, so you just leave them on all the time and find a way to suppress the signal during the flyback. Basically what happens. So from me, so I should just maybe bow out graciously and let one get involved with some important information that relates to all this. So I guess we're good for passing the torch at this point. Sound fair? Hello?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, all good, Jim. Yeah.
So, all yours, one.
All right. Thank you. And hello, everyone. And Katz, thanks for having me on again.
You're welcome.
All right. So, FPV, if you'll put the first picture up for me, please. Okay. So, what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks is studying more details of the earthquakes and the earthquake pressure. So, what does science say the earthquakes are? Science says that when rock underground suddenly breaks along the faults, this causes a sudden release of the energy and it causes the seismic wave that shakes the ground. When two blocks of rock or two plates stick a little, and then when the rock breaks, the earthquake occurs. So that's science's definition for earthquakes. So that does make sense to a point until you begin to study what we're studying. So my explanation is what the plates actually are pretty much real plates like Jimbo is showing you and FPV. And they are the mechanics, the technology that carry this energy that the FPV was showing you. So when these signals are sending, that's what these earthquakes are. They are the shaking of the earth as the energy transfers into different areas. Excuse me. So they activate daily in the designated area, such as the sun moving into an area, the way FPV and Jimbo were showing you. The pressure actually seems to stay a bit north and south of these sun paths. So this is telling me it's holding it in the designated path for the time of the year it is by creating the path with the energies from the north and south. So can you go to the next one, please, FPV? Okay, so that'll work. So this picture is a picture of today. It was yesterday into today. So the yellow dots are the earthquakes, and the orange line is the path that our sun took yesterday into today. So if you see what I'm talking about, how there's a line of quakes north and there are quakes south. Now, please remember that I don't get a lot of data from the south. But if we look at the terrain and how uneven it is and how many lifted up areas, we have to definitely assume that these areas get lots and lots of earthquakes, because that's how land masses are raised, is this pressure rolling through and pushing up from the underside. Okay. So that's what I was trying to show you by when I was explaining about the north and south are kind of sending the energies to the center, which is creating this path for our sun to travel. What this also explains to me is antipodes. Because the pressure is popping up in our hit spots. Would you go to the next one, please? So the quakes are popping up in our hit spots as the sun enters to illuminate the area as it leaves the area. And so that's our back and forth motion. So what that means is that these quakes are popping off as the sun enters a certain area, as well as when it leaves the area as far as illumination. Mind you, this also happens for the moon. So if the sun is coming in from the east, which it does, as it crosses over the Indonesia area, as it enters that area, we get quakes. And then again, as it goes into dusk, it also gets quakes. So it's the energy transferring through the earth and entering and leaving these different areas. These happen each day. I have actually tracked this for quite a while, everyone knows. A good example of this occurrence is, and I may pronounce it wrong, so I apologize, it's Oaxaca, Mexico. So for the last week or so, I've been kind of watching every quake as it rolls through, and that particular place has been getting little swarms of quakes at the same time every day. At the exact same time that was happening, a place in Chis, France was also getting quakes at the same time that was. So that's an antipodal thing. One is in Mexico and one is up in Europe. And what that tells me is that the one in Mexico was quaking as the sun entered over there. At the same time, the one in England and France was quaking as it seemed to move out of that area as dusk came on. One more interesting thing that kind of adds into this is that today a small shift occurred, and the quakes that were happening in Chis, France actually moved northeast into Chalice, France, and it's allowing the sun to bring its path back north as we get closer and closer to our northern summer. So the energies are going to move up a little bit, and they're going to move back down, down, down as the north gets its summer and then the south gets its summer. So pretty much like I was saying, all this is showing is the energy moving through the plates. It runs like a machine, and the different quakes, the one I'm showing today is pretty much just the sun path quakes. So you'd have to imagine that different plates and different signals are going to cause different occurrences on Earth. And that's about all I have, really. So I'll let FPV take back over.
Okay, thanks, Vaughn. Fantastic information there. While this image is on screen, guys, I'll just point out this also explains the 24-hour sun in the north. You see the loop it's taking? Well, the path. That is what would create our 24-hour sun in the north. Obviously, we don't see it this time of year because it's a few thousand miles even further away and a bit possibly even switched off, but that seems to be the loop. So while that's on screen, you can see there how on this map you would get the 24-hour sun using this halo system. Now we'll get more into the halos and such now. I'll just stop that and represent.
No, that's really interesting stuff. But I just wanted to ask you guys, you ever notice we have 24-hour sun in the Arctic, but we never have a 24-hour moon, do we?
No, it seems to change quite regularly. The moon. We haven't done a lot with the moon at the moment. This seems to be the geoglyphs, and the setup seems to be based mainly on the sun that we see. You know, unless it reveals itself more in more geoglyphs as we keep going through them. But
what I'm saying is, it seems like the moon it's functioning a little differently, is what I'm saying.
yeah,
Just being switched on and off. It's
still some stuff like that to look at, but I think it's the same operation. It's using the same mechanisms to operate. Right, I'll carry on with this, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right, so you notice we relocated the. Why is that stopped? Pause there. Yeah, relocated the portals, which is these things in the corners here. These are the portals of reference in scripture. We've relocated them to north, south, east, west. Originally, we had them over in the northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, but now it makes more sense than where they're being at now, especially with the data one showing you there about how the sun is interacting with the center of this map. You can see here this star type thing in the center. These are connections underground going to angel technology, which is controlling the motions of the sun across the face of our world, basically. These interact with it, and it gets handed from one to another and moved around to create the path that one showed you. And over the course of the year, it'll switch up and down over 6 positions. That's our current way of looking at it at the moment, and that kind of ties in with Enoch's description of how the portals work. It's switching up and down 6 positions over the course of a year, giving you your northern summer and your southern summer. It's as simple as that, and then it moves back up again. It's just moving up and down all year long. You'll notice down off New Zealand there, the portals, people in New Zealand, a few thousand miles east of you is some very interesting locations that you can see there. This is where they would be located. Now, the Bering Strait, that's been mentioned before, you can see now why it's so secretive and hidden and all that, because when you open the map up to a true flat map, Alaska and Northeast Russia are on opposite sides of the world. They've taken the flights in the north to give you the globe A style projection. So that's a little bit of information about the flights. Again, series map. We're going to show you how we relocated the meridian, because we did have it just off the coast of Africa, but if you look on this mimic map, I managed to capture 0.0 signal, which helped us relocate the meridian right to there, which now, you know, it lines up perfectly on the equator and everything. It was anyway, but yeah, it was more west than we thought. Now this animation, I'll just pause it. Right, this, what I'm showing you here, is how the portals would work without any of the halo systems being activated. It's just basically shooting across the sky from one side to the other. This is how it would work. Now, with the portal system activated, you'll see a totally different story, because this is what's called trapping. It's electromagnetic trapping and manipulation and handling of our sun. It traps it, it manipulates it, and it moves it around these halos across the face of our world. Don't worry, we do have visuals on this video proof. And you can see now how it would slow it down and start making it go to where it needs to be. It can take any path on here. It's all preset and pre-programmed. That's just to show you how it slows it down, and it can manipulate it to a path where it wants it to be. And then it'll, as Jimbo says, it'll get to the side. The sweet killer will take care of it, or it'll recycle it depending what time of the year it's on. This doesn't seem to be happening in the south for some reason. Other information on the screen. This screen is going to overwhelm you. This is CERN's setup in Europe. This is also its setup, and I've overlaid the center of our grid here to show you how these 8 segments match the 8 segments on here. So there's your divine 9, your 8 around the center and the 1 in the center, 8 around here and 1 in the center, your divine 9. That seems to be in control of all these, what we would call like slave systems. These ones on the outside that aren't connected to the line, they can still receive transmissions and activate as and when needed. And that this is related to the earthquake data we've been tracking and showing you. It's these switching on and off, creating a magnetic field, and this is what the sun's traversing across. As you can see in this animation here, it would go around the edge of this halo, and then it would be passed to another. This bottom left image, this is CERN setup. Notice the halo with 8 nodal points, which is exactly what we've been seeing in the sky already. So in other words, CERN is a reverse engineered angel. This is what angel being technology we've been giving sex and character to for a very long time. I hope that makes some sense. So that's what's happening there. It's electromagnetic trapping and manipulation. And you can see Shiva there. Shiva is an angel, and as its halo. It's as simple as that, guys. Everything's been skewed and twisted around into another kind of story. What you're going to see here is 100 years worth of eclipses. Just to show you that you can see the sun and moon's paths going across here. Mainly the sun's, solar eclipses, so it's showing you the sun's paths. And you can see them straight lines now being manipulated around the centerpiece. It should give you a better description, a better visual presentation of what's really happening. Here's 1,000 years worth of eclipses. 1,000 years, guys, in the blink of an eye. But you can see how it's been manipulated. That straight signal is being manipulated around the face of our world by this technology. And these things are everywhere. There's thousands and thousands of them. But looking at the Book of Enoch, he will literally say there's thousands and thousands. You'll find it in there. And they have to be. There's not just these primary 9 at the centre. There's plenty of others that have to manage to pass it over. And our current thinking is now the electromagnetic plates, what we call the tectonic plates. That the theory now from us is when these come live, when the sun gets onto one of these tectonic plates, it activates a whole network of angel technology and the halos in the sky to pass the sun across. Now the sun, we think, could be something below ground in the physical halo below ground. Remember, the one in the sky is a projection from technology below. So there's a physical halo below ground with nodal points, and it's very possible the sun's going around this and we're seeing something in the sky being projected there from below. Either that or the sun is something in the sky and it's being passed along these magnetic pyramid-shaped magnetic fields. You've seen them in the images before from series. Here's some real footage of these said halos. These aren't CERNs, these are existing ones. You can see there people going out recording them. You'll see the sun's always going around the edge of it, and it's magnetically trapped and traversed to where it needs to be and handed over to another. And we think the tectonics, when it comes online, when the sun connects to a plate, say the Nazca plate, the whole plate becomes alive, it energizes the air around it, which creates daylight, and we think the sun is a secondary light. That's our current thinking. These two images came from P900 Sandra, she's probably in the chat there. You can see there on the left of the image, part of a nodal point captured. They show more when there's barium in the atmosphere. When you see barium, you see the whole halo and nodal points. But here, it's some kind of chemtrails illuminated this nodal point to the left of the sun in this image. And from Michelle in the States, you can see one there on the right. You'll see these everywhere, guys. Keep your eyes out for them. Very special, very unique. We estimate the size to be about 6 miles in diameter of each halo. And like I said, there's thousands and thousands of them. There has to be to move it, to move this across the sky. We're talking lots and lots of technology down below ground. And as you can see from the Nazca lines, it's a very detailed, structured environment. What they describe as hell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be hot down there. There's a lot of work going on. But yeah, it's not what we thought it was. And there's definitely an underworld, 100%, because the Nazca lines are portraying it. So that's where I was up to with this research, guys. Any questions on that, people, or you want me to go over anything else or anything to add from you guys?
Well, I was going to ask James if you wanted to talk a little bit more about his 2011 find of the Greenland bar. If you just wanted to tell us a little bit more about that discovery and how you didn't think it was anything significant then, and well, here you are today. So you want to just take us back to that point there?
I was just going to say, yeah, I think you should tell them how you felt, Jim, and how it's changed since.
If you're still there, James. I think he's still on mute from before, you guys. Hold up.
Okay, I think I'm good.
All right.
How did I get here? I don't really know, but it's been long and arduous, and I can say that the circumstance that led to all this information coming together, and hard to disprove metal plates that are 1,500 miles possibly long and sticking out of a country and a continent like a sore thumb, and seeing their behavior and stuff. See, this plate goes down on an angle and there's heat under it, and what heat has to rise comes up along the edge of the plate, follows it to the surface, and it's hot enough to melt rock and create that volcanic activity. I first saw that when I was a kid, and I was fascinated by the lava, but that oddity of big metal bar above it was kind of weird, but it never really entered my mind that whatever. Later, I snatch a photo off the internet in 2011 and then wind up here talking about, and what it is one of the biggest secrets that's out there, things that these Freemasons and these Jesuits and all these people know. They know how structured and how symmetrical this world is. They know all these creators of fiction and the brainwashing that we're on a very square plane, and in all likelihood I suspect, like others, there is more land south of south at the so-called, Antarctic. There's more north of north, where we call the so-called, where we twisted Russia around and, made it follow a hula hoop. You got to get that hula hoop, things moving in circles out of your mind. That's just a way to keep you dizzy and spinning. Even the stars, if we know now the sun and the moon are following these paths and stuff, and they're going in straight lines, the fact that we see stars moving in a circle doesn't mean that they're moving in a circle. Just like the sun looks like it's going round and round, and it's not. Then maybe the stars aren't going in a circle. They're going straight too. So maybe it's not worth arguing about, the northern dark horse and its rotation one way and the northern, dipper and stuff. It's irrelevant. The more of this stuff is figured out, for me, it's like a big pinball machine. It's just magnets deflecting a beautiful cone with the sun on top of it down these plates from east to west, and a whole bunch of, not hell below us, but equipment, sophistication, structure, engineering beyond our wildest dreams. Not no hell. But anyway, like I say, we're in an engineered environment. This world that we're in was created. And how did I get here? I guess maybe, with all the circumstance and, I don't know, but it didn't happen by, my hand or anyone else that's here. It'd be too long to organize and think up and plan out over decades. You can't. It's someone else's work. That's what I think brought me here. It was destined, and I'm just a simple person, and so is everyone else here on the panel. We're nothing special, but I got the door, so I just gotta bow out and let someone else talk for a minute. Be back.
Yeah, okay, Jim. I'll just present this, guys. There's a bit more to it than you think as well, people. What you're seeing here is what series took from Google and managed to convert into a real map. So that's the map we've been showing you there, but there's more to this. This is what's north of this map. Now, the information's all, we can't, series can't decode the information there. It's been hidden from us. But you can see there, this is what's in the north. And of course, Antarctica. And not to mention these strange things here at the bottom. So this is the complete maps taken by series from Google Earth and decrypted back into square images, and this is what it produced. So you can see there, it's a lot larger than you think. The world doesn't end here. There's definitely more things in the north, and I'm seeing the same on the Nazca lines. Above this area, on the Nazca lines, I'm finding parts here for things. And of course in the south as well, I'm finding parts that would relate to South Antarctica. There's no, there's nothing to say this also doesn't go east and west.
And this is the he removed the algorithm to come up with the square map.
Yeah. What the series did was he took the round images from Google Earth, which converts everything to a ball, and squared them back off using an algorithm, and this is what was produced out of Google itself. So the data was in there, and it was just hidden with algorithms. And series done this and generated this world map, and you can see the Mercator map basically is copied off this map. This is where it comes from by the look of it. It's derived from this map, although it's kind of compressed in the north to give that globe sloping appearance, I guess. Plus they hide a lot. They do hide a lot of data in the north as well. So yeah, we know there's more land and such north of our known realm. South has got more land than everywhere else, and it's very elevated. And like I said, there's nothing to say there isn't things east and west of these areas that we're not even aware of. We know roughly where the portal regions are that control the luminaries. And I mean all luminaries that are controlled. They're not...
Yeah, it might be worth noting too, another possible word for portals, because some people might be uncomfortable with it, but technically they're called gates,
Yeah, portal gate. Portal translates as a gate, just a gate, yeah. Electrical. In electrical terms, yeah, put it down as a gate. That would make more sense.
It's less metaphysical. It doesn't draw people down that path. This is physical hardware up there and physical operations, properties of electricity, etc. It's hardware, it's not metaphysical.
Oh, you can see how hard it was for Enoch to try and describe what he was looking at. He couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. Clearly, he was given the tour. He was shown everything. He'd done his best to describe it and get his message across. And when you start reading the Book of Enoch, or various types of scripture, the older the better, I find, because it's been less tampered with or changed.
Well, I have a site that can give everyone a little taste of what Enoch saw, although it's slightly skewed because of the algorithms and stuff. It's still a beautiful view from above, and it reveals the plates around the Bermuda Triangle, all this stuff. It might be nice to just give that visual that anyone can go anytime and see these bars and weather patterns over them and stuff. How about that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let me try.
Any research definitely include a technological aspect to it in what we've been describing here, and it should help your research.
Absolutely, and this would be a real good visual. Oops, I'm not showing the link, am I? I hate this thing. I really. How do I? Yeah, share. Where's the button go? Where did the Hangout go? Sorry about that, folks. Give me 1 second. There's the Hangout. Try to share that one, I guess. Here. And whoops, we get this one away. Sorry if I did a no-no. Is my screen sort of up and sharing?
Yeah, I see it, Jim.
Okay, so this is the weather map from Earth Null School, where they removed that circular one that, was so complained about, because anyway, I don't miss it now seeing this, but in any case, this shows kind of our weather out over the Atlantic. And like I say, there's a bar that runs from basically the foot of Iceland here, where you see this little swirl going, all the way down literally to across from Florida. And then more plates that join across the Americas, right to out here by the Hawaiian Islands, where you see again, definite lines where these weather patterns are forming. They represent bars, these huge metal plates. Where else can we see some in action? Again, you have a good one. Where we go? Okay. Again, there are plates that run straight under Africa here, coming up towards, or here, sorry. You can see this triangular shape That's part of a wedge that goes straight under the South Africa, Johannesburg, and butts out here. But, you know, it's masked, it's distorted with their algorithms, but these lines that we see that and swirls that we couldn't understand are almost the eddy points where two plates join. Like down at the Bermuda Triangle, right, where that 90-degree plates meet, there's different effects when you have, in electrical things, a contact point, you have like a barrier, a junction. And a barrier, there's always some resistance, you know, and that resistance has to be transferred into different energy forms, whether it's light energy, sound energy, heat energy. There's any number of things, a junction barrier, and probably multiple things that come out of these junction barriers, and different magnetic patterns and stuff, and vortices. Now, if you can imagine a boat full of iron or other products that's a couple of football fields long, say 600 yards or whatever, 300 yards. Well, it's moving over a plate in sometimes shallow water that might be magnetized, that is 200 miles wide and 1,500 miles long. And a magnet powerful enough to shoot up a magnetic field probably 60,000 feet or more into the air above it. I mean, you know, it's, that thing is well known, and they call it a devil's triangle, and they've been letting people go out there and, you know, get hurt basically, and they know what's there. These shipping companies, these moguls, they know these layouts, they know what's there. But they don't care, they'll take the chance and, you know, ship a container worth $50 million or more of goods, and they just want to get there on a certain date. They don't care if there's danger. They get paid anyway. You get insurance if you lose a load or something. You can't lose. Anyway, these things are well known, and you know, there are things that happen that are much more predictable than they claim. You know, I contend that volcanology, those guys are full of soot. You know, the dark stuff comes out of a poorly burning fire. They're full of soot. And so are geologists, and so are all of those so-called sciences, because they're all aimed at skewing and distorting and promoting this, you know, so-called science, which is just a tool being used to babbleize everything and keep people confused and believing idiots like Bill Nye, may I name a few, and Neil deGrasse Tyson and other propagandists and just purveyors of all of this nonsense. And simple people, sometimes they're really good people, believe them over whatever might be the real truth. I don't know where that came from.
But the point is, of course, that the Earth is a circular dish surrounded by a barrier of ice.
I don't know where that came from. Let me get it off.
Andrea Barnes have been attempting.
See, I'm being attacked here. The other computer just turned on by itself, sort of. Let me try to shut it off there. No. Okay. But anyway, these plates have been well known. The fact that volcanoes are probably, and I'm pretty sure, switches turning off and on, controlling the sun, and other sensors telling others to control the weather, you know, or do any number of functions that are needed to keep our environment livable, including all the weather adjustments we need. So if this plate layout and we have a actually created sun that's local, then there's no ISS, there's no red car in space now, there's never an astronaut that spoke a true word, and on it goes. So, you know, I keep saying, NASA, I want my money back, and I think all of us are entitled to some. So even if NASA goes bye-byes, our governments are responsible for giving us restitution for some of that money. That's all there is to it. They can disappear, it don't matter. It's just, the government will stay real and, you know, have a different influence over it, hopefully pretty soon. And better reality will exist for a whole lot of people. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's a construction.
No, I agree. Going back to your junction barriers, James, would this be like the same thing as what One Conscious was talking about as far as being PowerPoints?
Yeah, well,
Is there a
there's so
correlation
many
to that?
ways to have switches trip and activate, pressure switches. If you have a pressure switch, it can be beside something. If it heats up, it expands. There's pressure on the switch, which engages, a fan to cool it off or another action. See, one thing that's hard for people and might be a bit hard to wrap your head around, this is a system based on synchronization and not on time. Time is non sequitur. If I had to set all this before I put it in operation, you don't calculate no time, nowhere. You set conditions, condition variables and stuff, and then you set it in operation. It has nothing to do with time. And this synchronization can self-adjust depending on the variables that are input during periods of its cycles, or, and it has built in, it normally, like, okay, we'd say, oh yeah, our sun works on time. That's not actually the truth, and we have to adjust for seasonal or yearly differences. We all see it, leap years, all this nonsense. It's allowing for that, it's sort of like again, there has to be tolerances. A system cannot do what it does and not have flexibility. Again, it has every kind of sensor you can imagine to know what's going on for us, and the ability to change it at its will, or even at God's will, because I'm sure God is still very much in control of all this. But not to go preachy or nothing, but I mean, this is a structured environment that we live in, a huge, huge constructed world, and we're just so blessed to be here. We don't deserve to be lied to and, hidden from the truth. This stuff was scratched in the sand. When I was 5 years old, my dad should have been able to tell me about it, and his dad should have been able to tell him, and your parents should have been able to tell you. We should have been able to understand that, stories of the Thunderbirds and the giants and the Nephilim and all this stuff. Even, why hide the Book of Enoch from us? Remove it from study. Huh? What are you trying to hide? They're just trying to edit the narrative, create a truth where there was some truth, but edit it to control.
They have done that, and in all religions, any monotheistic religion, it has the same attributes. Each god has the same attributes as the other, so they're all based off the same principle.
Yeah.
That animation Jimbo showing there, guys, you can also see where technology in use. You can see where the halos are, and this is what's creating the winds. Scripture doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. It is responsible for generating winds, tornadoes and such.
And where you see, I think, the plates on, it's darker gray, where they're, highlighting the magnetic, look how straight this line is here, and how straight this uptake is, or whatever. These are just like magnets. You're seeing, like, if we put powdered iron on, a bunch of magnets here and there and move them around. It's basically what you're seeing, Just they change the magnets under the plates to adjust, and that's what we're seeing. It's all magnetism from below, controlled by technology. It ain't hell. It's a real place with dimension, with switches, with,
So this truly is an electric universe, isn't it?
No, well, yes and no. It's runoff of wave energy, definitely. I don't say electricity.
Wave energy, okay.
There's no electricity on flat Earth. Like I say, I've described that to people before. Everything's
insulated. Yes, you have gone over it before, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
The transformers, primary and secondary windings, are totally insulated from the iron core that separates them. And only, magnetic induction in Henry's moves or creates a tension, just kind of like a rocking effect, and the whole thing is a rocker effect. It's how anytime electricity flows, it creates magnetic waves. So basically, you flow a coil, electricity through a coil, you're going to get a magnet produced or a magnetic effect produced about it. Metal helps to amplify it, basically, like picking up tons of scrap metal at a yard with one of those electromagnets. That extra.
Yeah, I think you called it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you called it flux wave or something like that.
Yeah, flux, gauze, or it's just the kind of wave compression between these waves that are being forced and pushed around in a very specific direction. Like they come out of the north end and they return back to the drain, south, wherever the south may be. It's directional. And they, like I say, I believe, people don't say it that way, but the magnets, the hard magnets we have, the permanent magnets, they're oriented domains of iron. They're crystals that are pointed north and south, all aligned in rows and columns, if you will, and they are able to rectify anything, any signal that hits them, no matter what wavelength, no matter what frequency. The microwave, I don't care. If you sing through it, it'll change those waves. It'll clip them in half, and some of that energy, well, it's sort of not energy, or it'll be lost as heat, and the rest, it has to go somewhere. It has to. It's an imbalance.
Yeah. I know I mentioned this earlier. I know I mentioned it earlier, but I always wondered, why don't we have an Arctic moon? You know what I mean? Why the moon is not visible for 24 hours in the northern part of our plane, or the northern part of the square?
It's likely it's created by the same kind of mechanisms that and magnetic fields that, because it is called the lesser light. So I imagine that there's a series of switches and a limitation to where it can go depending on the magnetic configuration at the season, where normally you'd expect it, say, to go higher. It just doesn't, because it's not there for those plates. It does disappear 3 days a month. So I don't know. I'm really not even able to wrap my head around most of this. It just, honestly, for me, it got so mind-boggling that your brain almost goes numb and you go into a sort of paralysis almost. It's so mammoth in scale. Think of it. A huge plate like that, the size of the continent almost, 250 miles by 1,450 miles by at least 40, 50 feet thick, moved as a single piece, and that's not the only one. And they were placed and engineered. No freaking Big Bang did that. You gotta have holes in your head to think that anything but a creator could manufacture a piece of steel that big and make this place over more infrastructure below and above. No, you gotta have holes in your head. Now we know. I know. I always knew there was a creator, but the sort of, all that ignorance and all that. I've got, a few atonements to make. Another story, another chat.
No, but when you think of the God that made this, or the creator of this realm, of this construct, I mean, that piece is enormous, man. Like, seriously, he's like, must be like the titan of all titans to create this puny little world that we're in. We're just like this little experiment, if you will. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Because you know what? This piece was cut from bigger pieces. A bigger piece. It's hard to comprehend. But even that piece, it might have been 4 times as big, and who knows how long, and then cut into sections to do the job. Though that bar in Iceland, it's like, here, I can show you. Let me cam up again for just a split second. Just have to stop sharing and cam up. And I can show it right there, probably. Here. Okay, where's the cam button? Hello, cam button. Hello. Okay, wrong window.
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
To get back to, I hate these windows. There's too many. Oh, I think I showed the URL or something accidentally, so I hope people are on guard.
Yeah, and if anybody in chat have any questions, Cats or FEV can read them off.
There was one there, or someone mentioning Antarctica. Why isn't it included? Like one conference mentioned, we don't have a lot of data from the south.
See,
but part of it is included. And hold on, Jim, before you present, I'll just present this to show them how. Can you see that, guys? That map?
Let me show this.
You can see the magnetic data there going down into South Antarctica. That's kind of at the end of where this 12 by 12 grid terminates. That would be the southern portal, say, that region. That's what that was, the reference to that. Right, back to you, Jim.
Okay, so am I still presenting? Yeah, there's my camera, I guess. Okay, and I'll put that back up there. Good. Okay, down here, I was trying to get away and just take a day off of everything, because let me find the chat so I can at least see what's going on. If everything's okay. God, I hate these windows. There you go. Okay, so you see this little playset for learning electronics and stuff? Well, the bar in Iceland, let me try to dig this out. The bar in Iceland really represents something like this, an electric jumper. But this one's got plastic coating and stuff. But this would basically fit, you know, across, where is it there? Up there, Iceland, Greenland there. I'm too close, but if it's basically like making your electrical connections with just a huge toy set. Everything's uniform. If, you know, you have a pressure switch and it engages or whatever, I mean, if something's too hot, a fan will kick on or whatever. As soon as, you know, conditions are right, the light, well, it'll go off. And then things will be shut off through relays. Now, relays, for some of these switches, millions of pounds, billions of tons. So, just the nature of dealing with that much electricity. I know in the biggest electrical installation I worked on, the wire was triple aught, 10 pounds per foot. You know, the circuit breakers were as big as my leg. Basically, they're explosive, you know, well-designed explosive to cut the electricity. But, you know, down there, and it's like a complex, it's like a substations and all these big modern stuff that we have and big buildings, but it's bigger. But it's all modular stuff, and plates we see on top here, we see one on Iceland, we see another one down off the Atlantic. They're just huge plates, 1,450 miles long about, that have been cut and placed in exact positions like you see on that wall. Some even tailored to be a specific size, like the plates that do the bouncing or reflecting, you know, towards the east there, that go into Vanuatu and to, you know, northern Russia and just, you know, sort of north and south of the equator. But those are fashioned plates. They're manufactured to do exactly that job, and they were put there to work to help to guide the sun over this plane, over this section, this whatever grid and land masses and all that. But it's constructed like with a huge Lego set that, you know, this would be like God's Lego set, but his Lego set would be, you can't imagine. I can't imagine. But anyway, that's where we are. We're in a world created by, I guess, what you call a God so great, we can't even wrap our heads around what's there. Can't. I can't. Like I say, this stuff, when you really start thinking of it, your brain will go numb. It's okay though, because, you know, we should have all known this young, and it's in the teachings everywhere, but all these liars that got in our way because they're just greedy people, and they, you know, learned how to manipulate and dominate and all this stuff. You know, they had their run, you know, it was fun, but all empires do come to an end, and like I say, there's probably a better empire to build awaiting there. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a very simple world. There's no, you know, voodoo in the sun. It's not a burning ball of gas, billions or a million miles away, 93 million miles away. It never was. The only thing that got it that far away from us is liars. The only thing that turned this plane into a ball are the same liars. So, you know, for all these people yapping at the mouth and laughing at people who believe A in creation, B, you know, laughing at flat earthers and stuff, well, like they say, flat earthers know something. Now everyone knows something.
Question from someone in chat called More Swall there, Jimbo. I'll answer it first and then I'll pass it to you for your answer. But the question is, what does the panelist think if I said the moon is a carbon-based diamond cubic photon pulse organizer, which cubes the crystal grid forms and waveforms?
A little too esoteric.
Let me reply first. The sun, moon, possibly all luminaries in what would be termed in modern terms, possibly in the physical form down below ground in what we would call a particle accelerator, the physical halo below ground, which is the modern copy of the angel technology. All our luminaries might not be in the sky. There might be projections from within these particle accelerators below ground, and we're seeing the electromagnetic projection in the sky. Of course, you'll see that with these halos when barium, etc., is in the atmosphere. Over to you, Jim, for your reply.
Yeah, the moon for me is a construction that manifestation from these technologies. It's starting to really show where it begins and ends at plates and stuff. Very predictable, sequences, intervals. So it's part of the machine. I don't think it's a floating rock crystal that helps to crystally manifest everything else or nothing like that. It's a lot more simple, a lot more, really, in a way, nuts and bolts and magnetism and electricity. That's a lot of it, but I mean, it's not all. It's just open to, maybe a bit of a more coherent conversation about our world and, design what might be around and, even maybe, I don't know what it might change, but anyway, we know these plates are there. We know more or less the shape. We know a lot of things now. Like,
are these plates responsible for what you've said before? You didn't talk about it tonight, but you've said about atomic absorption. Are they part of this?
Yes, they certainly could be, and there's no question. Like I say, the blue we see as a light emitted as sunlight in the day is not from the sun. The light is in situ. It's made where you see it. So that blue comes from where you see it. It's waves that hit probably the hydrogen that's free in the air from evaporation in the water there, or even other, just the average, because the sky color can vary slightly, the blue, but it's wave energy exciting, an electron to a higher valence level, and then in a split second, it loses that force that forced it to that higher level, pushing on it, and when it drops back down to its normal state, light is emitted, blue light from hydrogen. So, it's not the sun that actually lights up our world. And one thing we did kind of notice about the sun is, again, if you really think of it, the crepuscular rays, they don't go all the way up. They only come down to the ground for a certain width of your vision. If they were, rays from a sun far, far away, they would radiate out in all directions, but they don't. They're actually, you're not seeing, in a sense, the light and shadow, you're seeing exposure of the magnetic waves and the cone that the sun is riding on. And if you think of it, it's to the edges of those plates or somewhere.
How far do you think the sun is, James?
Well, probably less than 10 miles, 20 miles. I don't know. It's if I knew the energies going into the plates, and which I'll probably never know. Anyone will probably never know. Well, maybe some do, because again, it's something that can be calculated. I mean, and we sort of see it in those magnetic data that Ceres did. That there's like a bridge, and it's possible that the sun rides somewhere on the crest of that. There's so many things, it's just still so speculative and so unknown. It'd take like Ken Taylor to start looking at some of this or something.
I got you. Yeah.
I know how basic systems work, because I've done a lot of repair and stuff. So
question in chat there, guys. I'll just present this and talk through it a sec. Right, it says, remind me again who the creator was. Well, the creator, we don't know who the creator is, whoever you would call God or the creator. Is this presenting? Can you see that? Yeah. Yeah. Right, I'll take you back to the Nazca lines again. This is the Nazca mandala and the Sunstar of Peru overlaid on CD's world map. And this is what completes the grid. The background grid is the 12 by 12. It contains 6 squares, 6 concentric circles, and 6 rhombi. The centerpiece in white is the 8 by 8 grid that contains the heart of the machine and the technologies it's connected to and the portal system, which is, you know, all this is basically below ground apart from wherever the portals come out into our realm. We do think there's more realms outside of ours. Looking at Ceres' map, there has to be. You know, we would expect to see more outside of this, more land. Especially when you look at Antarctica, that's very elevated landmass compared to the rest of the world. And I attribute that to the congregation of the network of grids there, the grid below ground and the halo systems above ground. And I think they do have a pull factor on land, which helps create landmass. When you get earthquakes, the land gets raised. It's pulling up on the landmass. A good example, one used last week, I think it was, in New Zealand, an earthquake, and about 6 foot of ground was increased in New Zealand. So yeah, it's definitely responsible for land mass. It does send signals to volcanoes, and there's communications going on that we've been monitoring on the mimic maps. If you're not familiar with this, I do recommend watching some of our older videos. You know, where we relate the mimic map signal into this technology going on and can kind of pinpoint it using the geoglyphs where it's coming from and going to. This realm, we believe this is the complete grid for our realm. If the lands outside of ours are separate realms, then they probably run on similar type grids. This one grid here is designed for this realm only. It's a life support system for this realm, basically. Is how I would call it. It helps life flourish by design.
Yeah, I think he said one time, Brahma, was it Brahma that was the creator?
Yeah, well, you look at different cultures, religions, whatever, they've all got a different name for all these deities, angels, gods, whatever you would like to call them. Brahma, the creator, would be the one at the center. It's controlling all the others or sending signals. You know, it's the power source, it's the heart of the machine. Whatever Brahma
Right,
is,
that's what it was.
It's the centerpiece of the, yeah, it seems to be 3 different types: the creator, the maintainer, and the destroyer, formed by scripture. And these would be these 8 around the center of the 8 by 8 grid, plus the one in the center being Brahma, the creator, running them all. Very powerful. Lots of energy, free energy everywhere, guys. I mean,
oh yeah.
If you still got your images, one of the power stations, could you put that up on screen to show them? I'll show you how power stations link into the ley lines and to the grid.
Yeah, let me send it to you. Is that okay if I send it to the chat here?
Yeah, hold on. I've probably still got it. Hold on a sec. I'll just load it up.
Here, I have it right here. Or you have it?
Yeah, the sun trajectory and the moon trajectory they're on their own path, it seems. Well, they're definitely on their own path. You can see that. And the moon seems to just alternate like every night, it seems. It's in different places as you see it. We've gone through that before, but anyhow, yeah, go for it, one. I was just looking at some notes that we had here before.
I was waiting for the picture to go up.
There you go. It's on screen for you now, one.
Okay.
Sorry, what did you want me to talk about? The power stations?
Yeah, you can see the huddle of them there.
Yeah, so, I mean, they know this. They know that this is where these energy spots are. They've built power stations around all of these different plates and energy lines where we get our frequent earthquakes, which is where the energy is coming out of the earth in these spots as it travels. So they're harvesting it. I mean, you can see it around CERN, which is a huge energy power plant, particle, whatever they do there. And when you zoom in, it stems from the center, and it has little arms that are coming out of it. I mean, you can see each little arm of nothing but straight lines of power plants. And I actually went and looked these up on a map and pinpointed each and every one of them the best I could. And, it's going to stem out, it's going to wrap around, and it seems like it's going to kind of make a big circular type Fibonacci spiral type. I may not have them all mapped, or even close, but there's so many that it would take me years to get them all on there. They are just tapping in, taking the energy and selling it back to us. They've stolen all the land. They've called the energy all of theirs, even though it was put here by the creator for us to be able to live here in this world. And that's the thing that we need to open up to people, and the idea that this is all free. We could do this. We could do this ourselves. We don't need their energy and power lines. That's a comfort. That's a comfort that they use to keep us enslaved. And now I'm going to stop ranting. Sorry.
Rod's welcome. Yeah, so you can see there, guys, the flower of life, the Fibonacci sequence is the signature of the angels. This is how we know their signature. This is where it's generated from, this rotating toroidal energetic field coming from this technology. It's if you look at tornadoes, dust devils, this is them starting up. You can actually monitor them starting up if you know where to look. And you'll see little dust devils developing into tornadoes if it gets faster. This is how it works. They are responsible for, we've got an origin now for lightning, the halo in the sky. That's where the lightning's originating from. Add some water like rain, you're going to get arcing. That's where it's coming from, the halos. Earthquakes, volcanoes, they're capable of all these things. It gives a lot of answers for things that's going on around our world, real life data. This is what we're finding, and we are connecting it to the earthquake data. Well, I've got this image on screen. Hold on, there's another one that one wanted to show. This one here. I'll pass you back to that TU1 so you can go through that one there.
Oh, all that was just backing up the data that Jimbo was showing and the different circular spots, because I went on and I went to one of the weather sites and just copied the weather patterns, and it shows how it swirls around. It doesn't go around a globe, and it doesn't go around in a straight circle. It follows its path. It takes little loops, and some of the cold mixes with the hot, and this is how it works. I mean, this is how it works. And he was showing the real time, and you could see it really good, how it comes up, to the northeast and wraps back up and around and comes back down. Anyway, that's all I was trying to show with that picture.
Yeah, that one in there.
I was gonna say something. Okay, so everybody here knows the Earth's circumference, right? Does that change with this information? Do those numbers change? Knowing this, the circumference is one measurement, but does this change that whole dynamic, or does it remain the same? Anybody?
The circumference of the globe. Well, that would be,
yes.
Basically, they're getting that figure from one side of one halo to one side of the other, really, on this electromagnetic projection. So, that's probably their measurement of one side of halo to another, really. We do.
What's 24,000 24.9. So,
Yeah.
so that tells us.
Looking at our grid,
go ahead.
that would be 3,100 miles per square on the grid. If that's if that's true figures, that would make the grid about 3,100 miles per square.
Well, that's why I asked that question. I was wondering, does that change? I guess that's something that needs to be looked into.
They're basically measuring the technological projections of the realm. It's not actually the landmass and figures are coming from, I find. It's where the technology ends. Well, that's the circumference or the distance across the 8x8 grid. But in the background there's a 12x12 grid, so it's wider than this element already. And we can see from Sirius's map there's more land in the south and north. And
with the 15x15 grid, right?
Yeah, we haven't got any imagery from east or west of what we've seen on Sirius's map. But I mean, you can see a lot in the north and south that we didn't know existed, though. That's a bonus already.
So that number doesn't hold water, does it? I'm sorry, I just got off a little subject, but I was just talking about
some more animations up to show. One of you guys take over a minute. I've got some more stuff to show you.
What's good in the chat, everybody? Again, thanks for being here. You guys have any more questions? Oh, FPV. I got a question. I got another question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So what about the anomalies in Antarctica? With some of the crazy things that were going on down there a few years back, and then they removed some of the camera work. They CGI'd stuff. They overlaid stuff. They were blocking some imagery of some strange activity. Perhaps there's a portal there we were talking about, but how does that fit into this now?
It looks to me like these modern angel copies they call scenes that they're creating.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 24-hour sun in the north. They haven't got it in the south. They're faking it. Can show you a video if you want of 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, and that is definitely fake. I'll load that up if you want.
Yeah, sure. I thought you were going to show us something else. Were you looking for something else?
I was, yeah.
You're still searching? No, keep searching for what you're looking for. Let's get one conscience back in here. She's drifting, you guys. Let's get one back in here. One.
What?
Let's pull you back over here.
What's up?
No, I was just we were talking about your PowerPoints and stuff, and the correlation with James's stuff, and I could see there's definitely a connection with energy that's flowing through there. So that's
what I think it is.
That's a good connection,
Yeah, what I think it is when he's showing the plates, those are where the signals are going to hit. But what my quakes are is the actual energy, the signal flowing through the earth to get to the next spot, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because what I'm showing is the actual energy, and what he's showing is the creation, the plates, what has been put into the earth and what is catching these signals and sending them wherever they are designated and designed to go next. So it is a great correlation because, he, again, just like me and FP, he's doing his own work and I'm doing mine, and they are just fitting together so beautifully that we can all see exactly what's going on.
Definitely. Yeah, there's this, it's synchronized. Basically. And it's, like you said, you guys are working independently and then you guys get together and then there's this correlation, and it's good stuff. And we applaud you for that. Thanks for that. Did you find that? FPV, still searching for it?
There's another thing that helps to confirm the accuracy, and no one has to second guess. You know, the difference between a natural earthquake that has nothing to do with these timers and these switches, because there are, you know, things and materials that get hollowed out and collapse and they will cause earthquakes. The ones from these switches have a signature, a sound wave that is always identical for each individual switch, and they come from the same place. So in a random science that they call earthquakes, well, I mean, how can these earthquakes, which are random, have so many exact signatures from an exact spot? It's because it's some type of machine or device, and that's its cycle when it gets engaged.
Yep, that's exactly right. And what it is some of these places that get hit are man-made. They're made from the fracking of our surface. They're made from dams and all that water that's just sitting on those areas and seeping down into the cracks of the earth. That causes earthquakes as well. You know, but the ones that are, say, deeper, I'm kind of thinking that that's a switch point. Those deeper ones is when it hits one of those to send the signal to a different area. And these more shallow.
I'll put the animations on for you now. Hold on.
And I think sort of too that deep below there are pressure sensors. If too much stuff builds up, like over a volcano, like St. Helens or Shasta or whatever, they trip a switch, and it's just a question of time till they blow or, you know, erupt.
Well, I think that has to do with the amount of energy that the crystals and the quartz crystals and the different limestones and stuff hold as it just kind of catches it. Well, crystals absorb. So they're holding all this extra little energy, and you're right, when it starts to build up too much, that's when it's going to explode. Because what causes crystals? Well, it's hot volcanic flow flowing through water or glaciers is what causes these crystal formations. So yes, and they're absorbing this energy. I mean, everybody that's ever studied crystals knows that a crystal will absorb all sorts of different energies. You know, witches hold them in their pockets daily for absorbing negativity around them.
And there's therapeutic values, even without witchcraft and stuff. Light and other stuff has therapeutic value for people, and crystals are key to, you know, all frequencies and stuff. So it's a bit esoteric, but it's a fact.
Well, you can also charge them, you know, and that's what, like in the Wiccan religion, I refer to that because I studied it a long time when I was younger. But you charge your crystal, and it holds the energy that you're putting into it as a personal effect. So, you know, I'm sure that these crystals that are under these volcanoes, which is our power spots, because they're pushed up from the energy, and they're forming all these crystals, they're holding this energy, and yeah, when it builds up, it pops. It has to release. It can't hold more than it can hold, you know.
And
Can you
people
see
don't
that
understand crystals.
Can you see that screen on?
They can emit light. Crystal under pressure can be a source of, you know, real output of electric energy, and form an orb over the ground and dancing lights like some mountains have.
There you go. This is one of the maps done by Iron FE. A big shout out to Ron for helping in the background. This is data collation of earthquakes. What we've got here is about 5 weeks of data now to show you. I'll let Ron talk through it, and I'll just let it cycle through them all till she's finished. All yours, Ron.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, so the blue ones are our shallower ones, and then it goes, you know, yellow, orange, and red as they go deeper, and then purple for the deepest. So I'm thinking that the blues, the more shallow ones, are the signals shooting across the land, you know, in the past. These deeper ones are when it hits a point where it needs to change. So the signals come across, they hit a plate, and they somewhat change the direction to go and signal to the next plate. And it's carrying our sun, like we showed you earlier. It carries the moon, it carries the winds. So each one probably has different functions. You know, some of those are for the sun movement, and some of those are for the moon, but some of those are for the wind, and if that makes sense.
Yeah,
By
it
the way,
makes sense to me.
great.
Various
Yes.
technologies switching on in the workings of our world is what you're seeing there, guys.
Yeah.
You can see the one. You can see the one over Alaska, the busy little fellow. That's the icon in Jim's avatar there, the solar clock, as it was called. You can
And
see now how
again,
it's behaving there in the northwest.
mechanically, to the west is where you're going to have the flyback killer, where the sun gets put in neutral for a split second, and then it gets reset in the east at another, gate or deflected to a slightly different spot to do its next cross of the plane, basically, and follow these guiding magnetic forces that are being switched on and off across, like just scanning of a TV screen, the little electron that's going across your screen, the same type of configuration and electronics are involved to manipulate magnetic fields. All of the same basic things have to be here that are in your TV set, the old cathodes or in an oscilloscope. Truly, truly is a flyback system. May be real hard to believe that we have a new sun every day, but that's the truth. And the truth is NASA doesn't have an SRO in a Goldilocks zone halfway between here and the sun that can do flipperoonies and cool off its backside because its front side got too hot and spin halfway around and still pick up data. They're filming probably a little hot plate or something with a little candle or a little propane torch to redden a little piece of metal. And they got a camera on that, and that's what they're showing people as the sun. Something stupid. And then you have like a guy, he's doing SROs, the solar observation, and he got $500,000 donated from people, generous people. He has a bus and he's going all over the world to do whatever solar research and connect it to earthquakes. The 90 million mile away sun for his research. And he got $500,000 and more from people to get this bus to travel to Arizona, to here, there. There's something already, and that's big in the sense that it's an entire website that years ago I was following. I was checking out this guy, and he still hadn't had the $500,000 bus and all this stuff that he's real happy to have now, I'm sure. But maybe after this comes out, not so happy. But again, he was another one out there, very smooth, very good videos, sounds like great knowledge and information, and it hooks you. But every word of it's babble. So, I don't know, I think NASA got some, once this gets out, and I'll make sure it gets out to, basically the Mormons who are flat earthers now, the alumni for the last couple of years at Brigham Young College, they're flat earthers. Other religious people, other creationists, I'm going to get it out to everyone I can. Face to face, pressing palms. And like I say, a lot of people used to laugh at me, and I ran into a half a dozen at least there yesterday or the day before. And I laid it out. And boy, were they, the silence was deafening. But, I didn't tease them or do anything. I left them, I think with that brain paralyzed because, when you see it a little bit laid out and scratched onto a Kleenex or a paper, it's so easy to understand, stuff that we've been told, like the devil's triangle, to see it put out with such beautiful pieces of metal in the ground or just laid out under the ocean to do a job. And the intersection, the piece of metal that joins with it, that triangle shape, and they know about it and they let people die. How can they? Well, hopefully this is why we're all here tonight and trying to get this information out to shut up some of these like lying beaks and people who are doing what they're doing and just distracting, and get a little more, well, hopefully a bunch of the so-called flat earth leaders who should be watching this right now tonight and probably aren't. I mean, well, if they don't, they missed a certain vote because they're just going to have to watch the edited version, not be able to ask questions now live or do whatever. Because this, when you think of it, is an event. This information is very accurate, from the placing of these bars, to the earthquake data, to FVP's and analysis of what are called angels. Even if there are two kinds, real angels with wings and these machines, they're both called angels. They're both very powerful, right? You know, according to any stories about them. But these hardware angels are used for so many different things. They're engineering marvels. They like, you know, when they say bring the mountain to Muhammad, I think that's exactly what they did. They can turn on and raise a mountain in probably 40 days and 40 nights. You know, anyway, it's a structure, it's a construct, it's not a big bang, we're not floating through an endless universe. Everything is so structured beneath us, it's not a hell. It's like an amazing factory of machine technology and all this stuff, giving us everything, sensing all our needs as far as weather goes. So-called global warming and all these other jokes they're using to tax us so we reduce our carbon footprint and blah, blah, blah. How come all of these people, these globers, are pushing all these lies, putting poisons in our skies, saying that, oh, our spinning ball hurling through the great attractor trillions of miles away, we need to spray stuff to cool it down because, oh boy, it's getting hot. When every control is below our feet to control the air, the rain, the wind, the tides, the Bay of Fundy. When water gets compressed with nowhere to go, it backs up. The one plate that runs north-south in the Atlantic off the eastern seaboard, and the one that traverses it north of Quebec, when they turn on and off, or at least the long one, north-south one, it pushes water back and gives a low tide. When the water comes back, it runs into these barriers both at the right and left, trying to head north, and well, it's like a bathtub or whatever, as water that can't go forward backs up. Some goes forward, but there's a whole, well, at least 50 feet of water that backs up and becomes a 50-foot high tide in the Bay of Fundy. And they say, oh, it's the moon that causes the high tides. I think most of us seeing this can figure out pretty quick, the moon ain't causing no high tides. The moon ain't being stuck in our orbit by no magic gravity. And so neither are the other 8 planets, or 9 planets, including Pluto with goofy little Disney doll on it. The whole playing board with these plates exposed. Like I say, one day I am gonna probably, if I finish with the lights, because I want to get a 3,000 watt, you know, green searchlight that has a beam that can be seen 7.5 miles away, and do a 6-mile experiment, and maybe put like some mylar reflectors from water level up a post to, say, 50 feet up, and then shine from across the water and see if I can't see the reflection from the water and count, you know, I prove there's, you know, no curve, no, I only shine on the second sheet. A mylar sheet is like $1 each for a 6x6 reflective surface that you're going to stick to a board. You know, a few dollars, you got a bunch of reflectors miles away from you. You point a light at it, and you know, go up a little cliff wall. I count 5. I put 5. It means, you know, no curve. If there was a curve, you'd see reflection from 4 or 3 higher ones. You know. But anyway, I'd like to, and I'm probably gonna, you know, I'm still focused on it. I'm gonna get a 3,000 watt marine searchlight and go point it at people's freaking butts. 6 miles.
That's good because you'll well, you know, the baller is always using geodetic surveying.
Distorted lenses too.
Yeah, with the pseudoscience and the curved horizon. We've talked about this before. So.
That's a thing of the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Back to the research animation, guys, that's on screen. This is another gem made by ironically, it's the sun and moon tracking he's started doing for us. He's connected the sun and moon, as you can see there, he's made a connection between the sun and moon, so we can see what kind of relationships going on with those. Over time, you know, we should be able to plot the offsets and the true movements of these luminaries around the halos on the grid. That's the plan. That's the long-term plan.
Yeah, and know the full moons, the blue moons, the blood moons, the quarter moons, every phase of the moon, and predict eclipses and everything to a T, just like Aztecs, Mayans, or others, because it's the same technology that we're looking at. It's predictable, but it doesn't run on time. It runs on, a sequence of events in part, but a synchronization, a certain number of cycles that it must go through, but it's given flexibility in the amount of time it can go through. The Earth doesn't care about time, neither does the sun. It's an invention. Another thing to distort reality. It's something to give you and then steal back from you. Oh, you're running out of time. Oh, you owe me your time. What?
It's perpetual.
It's our time, if there is time. And time moves through us. We don't move through no time. Like I said, I really believe, the biggest legacy any of us have is not whether we have a yacht, a boat, or this or that. It's how we treated ourselves and others. It's never too late. Most of us, I'm no saint. I've hurt most people that I've ever known. I mean, I'll be honest with you. But I've been resistant to lies and stuff, and can't start giving in to liars, cheaters, people stealing from you, other stuff. Lies about where you live and who you are just the same as stealing your wallet or your property. It really amounts to the same thing. Steal a nickel or $5,000. We want to distort that and say common sense says, a nickel is less. You don't punish it the same way as 5,000. Well, theft is theft. The rest is quantification. I quantify it. See, it doesn't matter if you steal 1 cookie or 6. Still, stealing, right? It's not about how many or how much. People it's okay, it's under $5,000, we call that, and above it's called grand theft, well, okay. Why are they different? Anyway, there's a lot of things probably going to change. We'll get a lot more common sense, common law justice back maybe, and, more level-headed people that are sort of, good, caring, whoever, it don't matter, I don't care. But people take good care of themselves, God's home that's been made for us, and each other. All I'd like to see is make a better world for everyone right there.
Yeah, it's a plan. Yeah. That's what we're looking at. Hopefully, with this presentation we've done tonight, hopefully people can share it, people can have a bigger picture of what's going on. What we're showing you guys is the bigger picture of how it works. It doesn't need broken down to its macro levels. And, if anyone can help with that, or if it helps your research, fine. Take what you can from it and use it in your research. I'm just going to present this, Jim, the new Meie fakery going on. I'll play this and then I'll let you take over again, mate. This is to show you how they're faking the Antarctic 24-hour sun. If you keep watching this, I'll let it play through, and you'll see a light source up here on the 12th of December. I'll put it into a night vision mode so you can see it easier. You can see there the light radiating from it at the center of the screen. Now just keep watching and you'll see the real sun going past in the background. Oh, well, which I thought we used to think was the real sun, but I pretty much know now what's behind that building is a green screen. It's just a complete stage mock-up. You see why I come to that conclusion at the end of it, because I'm going to compare some things they reused in the scene. But you can see there's a light source. It started on the 12th of December. It's still going now, trying to fake the 24-hour sunlight, I would assume. What we get in the summer in the north, it's not happening in the south. But looking at the grid, it is possible. Perhaps that's why they're making all these CERN units. They're maybe going to reroute the sun south to give it a 24-hour sun in the south. But currently, they're having to do this, it looks like. You see the sun going past there, yet there's still a light source radiating away there. That could be the NASA sun simulator. Whatever it is, it's very bright. and you can see it radiating. You know, I filmed this over the course of not far off a month, and it's never moved. It's in the same place over and over. It could even be projected from that crane on the left on that platform. That is a green screen behind that building. 100%. You'll see that cloud going past there. You'll see them reusing it again shortly when they do a side-by-side comparison, reusing the same special effects on 2 different days.
Yeah, I remember going through this before with you. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, yeah, here's the comparison. I think it's 21st and 22nd of December. 2 different days, but you'll see the same cloud reused. It actually jumps back to the 21st on the 22nd if you watch the date carefully. But keep watching and you'll see the same cloud used a second time on a different day. But not only that, I've done a close-up scan left and right of that building and the vehicles in the foreground. It's just like the moon stage set. You know, there's a screen, only with this it's a bit more modern. You've got the green screen background, but you do get the ghosting around the edges of all the foreground objects, and that can only be caused by a green screen being behind them.
Oh, the keyed out.
Yeah, it's just bad keying, really. Someone did sack. So yeah, green screen confirmed, really, for me. It's fake. You can see there, yeah, this is the ghosting one. If you look around the edge of the building, you can clearly see the ghosting where it's kind of causing a problem with the screen behind it. It'll pan left and right just to show you. Look around the top of the building, you can see it all like fuzziness around the objects. You always get that, and especially down the edge of the building, you see the straight line down the edge, you can see a ghosting of another edge there, dark shape. That's how you can tell a green screen. It's a bit of a giveaway. Too easy, this. Yeah, same there, look with the vehicles. You can see all the ghosting around them. So the vehicles and the buildings possibly rail or props. But what's behind them is definitely a green screen. You'll see more now as it pans left with this filter on. And you look underneath on the left side of the building, you can see actually the green squares. But yeah, the sun, you know, they're just faking the sun like they faked ISS and everything else. So currently they don't have 24-hour sun looking at this, but I think what they're doing with the CERN units is where the sun, that path that one conscience showed where the sun was going on the 6th halo out where you wouldn't see any light from it. I think they're possibly trying to reroute that south, give the south 24-hour sun. So yeah, that's what it really looks like. That's what you're looking at for real there, a green screen and some props and a few vehicles, in my opinion. Back to you, Jim.
Cool. Yeah, James.
I just like to hope and emphasize that everyone who's interested, download and save a copy and, you know, start rattling some cages. I'm sending, you know, a link to the Planetary Society. Well, that's run in part by Bill Nye, the science guy. So, you know, this, you know, it's accurate. And, you know, it's got to be shoved under noses. Like, I don't have Eddie Bravo's email or nothing, but it would be well if he saw it. If everyone would possibly know, you know, that is a flatty who gets slapped at, you know, well, why not? They should see this. Like I say, I hope there's a bunch of people from the quote community. We try to inform everyone we could that, you know, runs, hangouts, etc. I hope they're here and taking something away from this, and it can start a different flat-earth water cooler, you know, as of kind of like even now or tomorrow when it starts to sink in. But this is accurate and it's flat. There's no question. All these things are not, you know, like the comparison of a hurricane flying over a junkyard and a 747 being left when the hurricane's over. The Big Bang theory, these plates could not exist or have formed themselves in this configuration with the magnetic forces fluxing every day to move the sun and do all this stuff out of the Big Bang. This was created. That's the end of that story. The sun is renewed every day. Really, really, the flyback system and the way the electronics work for this, it's a flyback oscillator system, and it sweeps. There's a sweep trigger to the east and a flyback killer to the west. And, you know, these switches, we hear them and feel them as regular earthquakes and different, sometimes quakes, because the detector senses something. It says, well, we got to turn on this, which might not normally be turned on. But in any case, it's not a regular pattern 100%, but certainly almost every day of the year, a pattern of earthquakes will happen to move the sun around, and different seasons of different, you know, extra one here or there will engage for this or that, and it's all programmed. It's really a fine-tuned circuit and an amazing, what a scale type of, you know, creation that was made for really one reason. Have all of us here to enjoy, share, and the rest is just screaming greedy people twisted and down that road of, you know, carnal sin and all that nonsense. And that's their demons and stuff they have to work out and work with. But, you know, this is, it's like now this was supposed to be for everyone to know. And, you know, if you've done bad things like me, I am no saint. I mean, don't worry, don't judge yourself. I mean, there's a reason he's left us all here to make it this far and farther. Because, I mean, if we really had a creator that would just have a fit and destroy his own creation all the time, anytime, you know, we have free will. It can go kind of bizarre sometimes, but we've been misled, and I mean, this is sort of like a second chance. A little bit of truth out there. Well, that can go a long way now. And it's our responsibility to try to, you know, at least be good to each other and to ourselves. And that's your best legacy that you can leave here. Respect, you know, the creator's work. I don't know. You know, not in a preachy way, but at least we know it's flat now, even if you don't want to believe in a creator. The layout's there. You can calculate, you can watch these beautiful crepuscular rays and know that they're magnetic rays emanating from the ground in a beautiful cone shape that the sun is floating upon. We're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, that the Earth is not a spinning ball, that the sun is not 93 million miles away. So now all of these people have been lying to us, you know. Lucy, you've got some splaining to do. And like I say, you know, we've all suffered. They take our money, they, you know, lie to us. And the fact is, even if these are, quote, private corporations, NASA's government, our Canadian Space Agency, stealing our money to do the same crap, they owe us that money back. So, I mean, my government was suing me and just checking 10 years back on my taxes. Normally they only do 7 years on people, but that's beside the point. And now I didn't even read it. I got another letter from the tax department. But the fact is, I don't owe them. They owe me. They owe me a lot. They owe you a lot. They owe everyone a lot.
Jumping back to the magnetic data there, Jimbo, there you go. Look, there's your crepuscular ray shapes appearing in magnetic form.
When I watch them, I'm here in Ottawa. I don't know if you can tell east of Bay James and stuff, but I see it, well, maybe now in this time of year, exactly over those plates heading towards Easter Island, where main switching and other stuff goes on, main hub. By the way, the spider in the Nazca lines may very well, when it's well fitted, fit right over Bermuda. A spider is a black widow. It makes victims, and that's a dangerous spot for boats at certain times of the year, and planes apparently. And that symbol probably is a warning. As opposed, it's also communications. It's relative to what's, you know, where on Earth, but it's also one of the more dangerous places that you can travel at the wrong times, and because of exactly all that power and magnetic stuff and frequencies we don't even know emanating at that junction.
Just like the northern portals that he was talking about.
Yeah, we have no clue yet a lot of what's going on with all this stuff. Barely scratched the ice in any of these three fields, the Nazca, the earthquakes, or the plates. It's just the tip of the iceberg. But it goes a long way to, and it's a hard concept to accept that, hey, our Earth is flat, the sun is close, and it's controlled by a big pinball machine mechanism. buried deep beneath our feet. Some of it not even buried beneath our feet. That plate that stretches across Iceland, 1,500 miles long, 250 miles wide, and at least 40, 50, maybe 60 feet thick, one piece. And you can touch it. They will never be able to hide that now. They will never be able to say, oh, that really doesn't line up, that one beam over a connector plate over Alaska. It does. The one in the Atlantic, it's there. So Google masks it, so the government and all these liars are, you know, cheating. They couldn't hide it forever. This is God's design, and it's out. There's no more hiding it, you know. If I get my Google Earth going, and let me try to share my Google Earth for 1 minute. Is it really there? Why can't I see Google Earth? It's there. Okay, let me make sure I don't give nothing away. That's more Google Earthy. Here, let me make sure. Should be good in a second. Just want to get the URL out of the way. Okay, let me just share. There we go. So that should put Google Earth up for me. There, my Google Earth. Put that out of the way. That out of the way. So I'm on Google Earth alone now. No. You seeing Google Earth?
Yeah, all good, Jim.
Okay. Now, like I say, these two plates, this is the plate that runs, well, north-south in its true line, straight line over Alaska. And this is the one over Greenland. But if you notice here, like the hands on a clock, it's at like 10:30. The fact is these two plates are running parallel in reality. So look at what's been clipped from between Greenland and Alaska, between those two plates, and what they present to us as, oh, we're fighting over borders and a little bit of land up here. They've taken a perfect square, and it's like they've trimmed it over a ball, and at the top and bottom, this is how badly skewed it is. These two plates run parallel in reality. Here on Google Earth, not quite. But again, so we got a better look. Again, I'm glad I got Google Earth now. Again, here's the plate that runs off the Atlantic seaboard, okay, from the northern edge of Quebec and border of Quebec, all the way down to almost across from Florida. Now here is Bermuda. And this isn't a perfect layout. I can't say it's exactly lined up where it should be, but you know, as a generality for what it is with the Inca lines and stuff, and it is what it is, it's generally well placed. So here we have this place where all this electricity, magnetism, everything meet certain time of the year, you know, and it pushes, it has an effect on the water. Now the tides, like I say, the Bay of Fundy is located right around here in Moncton, New Brunswick, probably right here. If I zoom in, you'll see Moncton probably right here, Bay of Fundy. Halifax, okay, Bay of Fundy's stuck right here. I think that would be the Bay of Fundy. And going up to Moncton, there's a tidal bore. Now, again, what happens here at the plate, when it charges up to do the tide cycle, okay, along this area, okay, this plate backs up the water, empties the Bay of Fundy. When it's released, it comes back. When the water accumulates and starts to hit this intersection of the plates, which are raised above the sea floor, and you know, force the water to back up, that backed up water, because it can't get over straight without resistance, right or left, straight ahead or to the side, it gets compressed, backs up, and gives that incredible filling to the Bay of Fundy. It goes from no water in the bay to 50 feet. And it's because of the compression here. So these plates, for anyone who's ever heard of the, you know, Bay of Fundy and visited it, this plate, this physical manifestation, this iron that's, I don't know, 50 feet or more thick and 1,500 miles long and 200 some miles wide, is there creating the tides that are doing the Bay of Fundy. They're also creating bad situations for boats. Like I say, can you imagine being in a metal boat over the world's biggest magnet when it's getting fully charged? Over water that has diamagnetic properties to begin with? It means water is affected by magnetism and static. It's moved by it, it's pushed by it. It's a force that acts upon water. Bodies and masses of water. So now we've got a little bit of a, you know, if this is true, we'll have trolls, we'll say, oh, it's all bullshit. But if this is true, that explains the tides at the Bay of Fundy and some of the, you know, weird things reported at this intersection around the Bermuda Triangle area, which, you know, you could mark off. If this was straight and flat, it'd be a true triangle. But again, this plate runs underneath, well, North Carolina. It's not accurate right now. I mean, we can't go for perfection. We're just, you know, trying to hit a ballpark here now. But there's a phenomena that runs from basically the Chesapeake Bay all the way down to North Florida and Florida, called, you know, the Carolina Bays. It's these swirls, these elliptical depressions, and there are millions of them in the sand in these, you know, what they call ancient seabeds. Well, no one knew what caused them, but basically it's, you know, whirlwinds from these electromagnetics that are coming from beneath them when they're on and stuff during a certain time of formation. There's some that probably don't start up no more here. They're maybe not used. Don't matter. They form those bays in all likelihood. But again, the sun, it'll follow these plates straight across the USA. These plates, look, here's the big cauldron at Yellowstone. Look how close it is to this plate. So this gets hot. These plates, they heat up. If we look at the plates that are under the front of South America here, got volcanoes and all kinds of activity in this along these plates and edges. Look how straight that corner is in this mountain notch, you know. It just shows that what's below is very symmetrical. It's the corner of this plate. Again, there are two plates, and look at the dry, arid areas of South America on the coast, and Chile all the way down hundreds of miles. Those heaters, or, you know, dry out everything, don't allow much foliage at those edges. Often when we see in the news the volcanoes going off, they're going off along right about here is where the cameras and people are photographing the edge. And again, it's skewed, it's on an angle, it's going down under the earth for well over 100 miles. You know, I don't know the angle it's going down. I've never been there to measure it, or the thickness. But it's possible to take the physical dimensions and calculate its weight and its size. It's there like a sore thumb. It's always been there. You know, I saw it first when I was a kid, but, you know, never realized what anything is. It's just, but again, yesterday I was watching the weather, this bar off Greenland here, you know, between Quebec and, or northern Quebec, and was active. There's a lot of weather flow right up here through Greenland, right up this coast. Wind just right between those plates. Nothing over the plates, like a doldrum between, but if you got over the plate into that wind, holy frick, you'd move north pretty quick. But anyway, you can watch the weather patterns, and where you see those swirlies sometimes, all over the map, they're right at these intersections, down between Africa and stuff. This is the plate that goes under Africa, just roughing it, you know. It's one of the solar control plates, I imagine, for late summer and summer, you know, but for down there. But it's one of the plates that runs to the other side, or almost to India. Again, solar control. These plates at Vanuatu, what do you got? A bunch of volcanoes and everything. Different seasons, they're going off, you know. These are the plates that are helping to deflect the sun, including these plates north of Russia. And again, this map is skewed. It's square, it's flat, and they simply, you know, pulled it around the ball and cut out all the excess and did their magic with whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, of course.
But all these parts, well, the ones laid out here, are used directly by, well, at least wholly for the sun, but not, I believe, only for the sun. I'm sure they're multi-purpose and it's configuration beyond my imagination. These are reading our temperatures, they know water curves, they know what's going on. We don't need global warming theories and we have to do this to not overheat and melt the icebergs. You know, one of the reasons, like it's FTV, you know, it's a logical, you know, two and two together, but I didn't think of it. But here we have this plate, and right now this bottom southeast corner is hot. It's all active, it's red, and it's playing part in the winter cycle of air and air currents and stuff. But when it's full and on, I guess, they get hot. This is in part cooling for this one, but also weather control, tide controls, current, you know, other stuff. So, you know, how it all interplays beyond, you know, in a team of good researchers take a while to, you know, and good maths and mapping, because now it can be mapped properly. I think everyone who can see through this realizes now that the dimensions and continent and mapping and sun's path, all this stuff is going to be, well, for us to resolve, because people we've trusted with, you know, education, truth, and science have amounted to being nothing but liars and profiteers and charlatans. And this is the message that, you know, it's time for them to take their snake oil show out of town. People aren't buying it no more. So this is a chance. Let's hope the snake oil goes away. But yeah,
that's what the Nazca lines read to me, Jim. The Nazca lines basically read to me, this is your world, this is how it works, look after it. It's as simple as that.
The plate I'll add right now, but right here from this corner of the plate across here where we have the northern lights. So this retorts back around there and it's on a little angle on the Nazca lines. On the Nazca lines, you have Bay James represented as a swirl with these bars around it, you know. So Bay James is represented just like the whale over in Eastern Russia, just like the, you know, spider and the other creatures, parrots and other birds, the hummingbird for Alaska, and they all match up. They all, you know, draw a picture of a basic sweep trigger oscilloscope with a flyback circuit. I've worked with hundreds, thousands of them. I've fixed them for decades. I mean, it's just like second nature to me. It didn't come to me when I was first looking at it, and it really didn't come to me to, like FPD was saying, you have to straighten it out, you have to straighten it out. And I was just going over my head, mental block, and, you know, showing me the stuff, but it, because of the spinny winny hula hoop, you know, sun going round and round, and, you know, it wasn't registering as a technical drawing. But he had one photo of the aurora borealis stretched out straight, and the instant I saw that, it became a flyback oscillator circuit with sweep triggers and all the nice, like fixing a pinball machine, or a little more technical than it. But it's still the same. It's just a machine to push around the light from one edge to the other, move it up and down, or, you know, north to south, top to bottom, whatever you want to call it now, incrementally, and actually very precisely in a route that it decides to send it. Sure, sometimes.
I've got that image on screen now, Jim, if you want us to show it.
Yeah, I'm going to take this off. Let me save, I think I made another triangle. So yeah, that's the one for the curtain of light in Canada's north. It's a metal plate, and it's not hideable. Stuff, it's out. Let me shut this and get off your sharing.
Yeah, yeah, very intriguing stuff, James. Thank you. No doubt.
Turn off sharing, we'll say. This, where can I turn it off without showing the...
You there, Katz?
I have to stop myself sharing, or does...
Yeah, stop yourself. Yeah.
I just don't want to expose the link. I'm not sure if I... Let me get back to that window. Sorry if I'm taking a moment. I always have a problem with this.
Sorry,
windows. Big guys. Too many windows. Which one is chat? Art. Sorry. There's Hangouts and no, that's not Hangouts.
Anybody else has any more questions?
You're all at 5.
Sorry,
there's a lot of information. Go ahead.
Jimbo, if you mute Jimbo, because every time you talk, it's
okay.
your screen.
I got to find the chat window again. I'm lost
Just,
behind a bunch of windows. I'm sorry.
Just mute while you find it, mate, and then your window won't keep popping up.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right, there you go, guys. That's the image that did it for Jim. That's the conversion from the globe or a style map to a true flat map. That's the Aurora straightened out. That's what we've been doing, really, straightening out the globe. We did try our work with various AE style maps and it wasn't working out. So we don't need to look at those again. And we do think the map we're portraying here is the correct one. All the data we're seeing works with it. NASCAR line overlays fit with it. And we're progressing nicely with it. You know, real world data's applying to it. Because when you look at real world data, they do use the Mercator map, which I'm pretty sure is derived from this map. It could only have come from this map originally, looking at it. Although they've condensed it a bit and made it a mess. It's
you know,
and also the flight paths also.
And seen from basically the southwest corner of Manitoba, you know, for several days in a row, the Northern Lights, and they were in a straight row, and they're like curtains of light, and they were being pulled down towards Lake Winnipeg. Now, you know, back then, there's no way I could understand why, you know, but I know what I see, and I, you know, registered long term, but those were pulling down because of the bar that's on the west side of the Hudson's Bay. It's right there. I saw that phenomena. Anyone there will see it, and now they'll know. Being pulled down from north to south at that corner from the bar that runs on this side of Hudson's Bay. Pretty wild, eh? Or the west side of Hudson's Bay.
Well, yeah, you also noticed the tides there. You can see now what's causing the tides. Lots of answers are coming now. You've got this information, aren't there?
Yeah, the Devil's Triangle has kind of a, if this is accurate, and I really think it is, because those plates cannot be hidden. Their effects are seen with the arid zones, like in South America, with, you know, the volcanic activity and the exposed plate. And none of this was meant to be hid for many of us. It was scratched in the sand, beautiful blueprints of how the sun works. And it was just hidden from us from, like I say, really a bunch of really selfish people. People want to use terms evil and all that. These are just greedy people who, you know, got the upper hand and used it. You know, at least there's a chance now. It has to be sort of, you know, democratically done, but like I say, the Planetary Society, let them ignore this. Bill Nye and these liars, those are people that really, if you want to really start kicking butt in a friendly way, those are the ones to go after. When those guys are shut down, it really goes a long way down the line. Or they're knocked out of the ballpark. This is public now. They're, you know, Freemason, Illuminati, clown magic, heroes and ghosts that they attribute a fake science to, you know, mask all this. It's over. All of their fake science is out the window. And there's no turning back from this. You know, I'm going to make a copy and do what I do with it.
You can look at the world now with new eyes. You really can. This is the geoglyphs overlaid there, what Jim was showing you on Google Earth. This is just some of them. You can see the Greenland plate there. Special moment in your heart there for you, Jimmer, that Greenland plate.
Oh. Well, even when I was a kid, I saw it. I knew that part of the wall, that angled thing, didn't look natural. In nature, you don't have straight lines, 90-degree, corners. And, several years that plate was active when I was growing up, and they had the cameras there, and it was on the news, and millions have seen that. Millions know about that wall, that lava at that edge of the plate, and there are people that live there, Who else should get to see this video? How about people that live right next to the plate? They can get some, cameras up there and new beautiful drones with high def, and this is a dimensional plate, it can't be hidden no more. They controlled so much and had people so bewildered that, here, look at the lava, and they hide the elephant, in front of it. That steel plate was the elephant, and the lava was the beautiful distraction. You can see where a plate going down the earth that big, being whatever magnetized or changed, heated, or doing what it's doing, it'll generate some heat in the areas that are being, used. And that heat, follows the path of, underneath that plate to the surface, and it's so hot that it makes lava. Well, here's the news. Evaporation causes cooling. It's very possible that lava is just, part of what's included in the cooling mechanism. As it takes away the heat, the plate cools off. That's how it works. Same way you cool anything, you pour water on stuff to cool it off. Rock takes away heat, melts, rises to the surface like any other fluid. With that much heat, water's no good. Think of it. Make a solid, contact with rock and mineral and let it melt it and just remelt it. And just doesn't volatilize and explodes like water would, When there are, it's probably because when it was off, some water got in and then it was turned on back, it had to go somewhere with the heating, and eventually gets out to the surface and spits and spoils and eruption or two. It's just that plate blows around the edge. It's because its pressure was building up and resisted getting out for a while, and had a big blowout of the ash or something. Some things don't burn as well as other, or melt and relieve heat. Ash is not very good for heat release. Anyway, it's all there. It's a piece of metal that comes from a bigger piece of metal, that it was cut from a bigger piece of metal. Maybe, maybe it was a square 1,400 by 1,400 miles wide by I don't know how long, but it was bigger than one piece. Probably, a square of it was cut to make at least a few of the main bars, and another piece was cut to make some of the smaller wedges and stuff. But, no one on Earth could even conceive how to raise a sheet of metal one piece like that, 60 feet thick, 1,450 miles long, and 250 miles into the dirt. I can't pull it out. It was placed there. It was engineered and added as part of circuitry and hardware to magnetize the movement of a sun over a plane, a light over a plane. It's a hardware sun that we have. It's created by machines for us, for everyone. And the truth about it, like I say, the Creator made sure it was scratched in the sand in a place where it would last virtually forever. It's over one of the plates. It's going to stay dry. You're going to, how much wind is going to be there. Virtually none. It has lasted virtually forever. So, again, a little group of sickos tried to take over. But again, like I say, people can think they can take over the world, and no one can take over anything. Not even 1,000 people can take over the world. Not even the giants could take over the world. Because history, may have been verbatim true to, not 1 or 1,000 men really take over and rule this world in their minds and the minds of some of their victims, you know, but not many that do. It's temporary, whatever their beliefs are. They're only beliefs. There's really only, you know, one true director of operations, and it ain't any of us. We can only be equal.
If anybody has any other questions or anything else to add to tonight's discussion and presentations?
I don't at all.
Any questions from you guys in chat?
You guys want to carry
Hello,
on a
everyone, by the way.
Oh yeah, there was a question. Hold on, let me see it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know, maybe it's something else. Yeah, it was for someone else. Okay, never mind.
Well, we got one mind blown. We read path, you know. Any others were sort of kind of like, you know, going a bit numb, like all of us went.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are done presenting all the information you have right now that you can share, then if you guys want to wrap this up, we can shut it down.
I could use a break because it's about 3 hours now too, and I think we all, you know, everything that we could with getting into rants and raving like I usually do and stuff.
Well, yeah,
sounds good to me.
We got to shut it down.
Yeah, I didn't rant all night. It was great. I hope it gets
fantastic night. Yeah, fantastic night, guys. Well done, everyone. Fantastic
we promise to keep working, and you know what we find out, post to you and keep you updated. Yes, again.
Yeah, what we see, anything we see, you'll get to see. Don't worry.
Good job.
No. Thank you, Cat's Eyes, so much for this.
Yeah, thank you, Cats.
Yeah, Cats.
Thanks, Cats.
Yeah.
And you,
For being on our
Trotter,
panel.
for hosting.
Yeah.
And Trotter, great questions always.
Yeah, good
Thank you, Trotter.
Hosting, guys. Fantastic.
And Chatters for joining.
Lovely evening.
All right, you guys. Cats,
Thanks everybody from coming out and joining us this lovely night or evening or day. Thanks for coming, guys, like always.
I hope we measured your expectations, because I said it was the real deal, and I truly believe, you know, as real as those plates are, my understanding of it, and you know everything that went on with the information we shared, it's accurate. We're in the ballpark. We have a new sun every day. We're on a creation, so that's what I take home from tonight. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, me too. Good to see all the presentations together like that coming into one video. Hope you can make a lot of sense of it, guys. If you don't follow this map, that's fine by us. Try our work on your map, see how it goes, or overlay your work on our map. That's how we progress. You know, so if something's not right, we either fix it or remove it. As simple as that. And so far, so good. It's progressing nicely. But yeah, thanks once again, guys. And especially you guys in chat, you know, we'd be wasting our time if you guys weren't watching. Thanks, everyone.
Exactly. All right, you guys. Yeah, everyone. Peace out. Much love. Talk to you soon.
All right. Good night.